As you can see, everyone, we have to adjust some cameras because we have a newcomer here today. We have everything is up to date on here. But welcome into our Monday night D&D stream, A Company of Fools. Let's actually put you where you belong. And then let's put you where you belong.
In the void.
No, I didn't move Trix yet.
I'm in time out.
No. Don't move all the cameras. Everybody can see everything I'm doing online. That's the best part. You can watch me make ridiculous things happen with cameras right here live on stream every day. Because that's just,
or close enough anyway.
It's just how we do. Almost every day, yeah.
This is how we do it.
Make sure to tune in to all streams for quality content like this.
Yes. Make sure to tune into all streams for, all Monday streams for John's terrible singing.
Excuse me?
It's not terrible singing, it's just...
Mistimed.
No, it's not. It's mistimed. It's just all through the nose. It's like Tom DeLonge. If you love Angels and Airwaves, you'll
enjoy John singing.
Yes.
There we go. We're all there now. Everybody's where they belong.
Are they? Are they really?
Yes.
Oh, I'm just behind.
Yeah, there's delays. There's slight delays.
Yeah, there we go. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Now I see everything.
Well, everybody, welcome to Company of Fools, our Monday Night D&D stream. We have a couple of cool, quick announcements to go over for today. The first one is that we did hit 500 followers last Tuesday. We are now at a nice, cool 515. It's pretty amazing. Super exciting. We did send out a copy of Tasha's Cauldron of Everything to Eldritch Hylot, one of our newer viewers over in Poland. And they will be receiving that sometime in the month of December because that's just how international shipping works. However, yeah, we're super excited about that. And immediately after hitting 500 followers, Actharion, Chris, who plays Grask on Tuesday night, announced that when we hit 1,000 followers, he is going to gift one person a legendary bundle on D&D Beyond, which is literally every book, and a discount on any future books that come out, which is mind-boggling to me. It's like a $750, $800 value that he is going to give away to one follower once we hit 1,000 people. So that's super cool. Today is the last day of November, if I'm not mistaken. And so we have the rest of this stream to get 15 more subscribers, and then we will give away another set of dice. Otherwise, the giveaway resets at the beginning of next month. But for every 50 subscribers we get a month, our sponsor, farboco.com, gives away a set of dice to you, the viewers. So yeah, check out their website, support them, they support us. They're super cool people. I think that's all the announcements I have. This Wednesday night is a major crossover event here in Oregon. Last week there was some epic moments that happened on Wednesday evening, but there's going to be a major crossover event on the Dance Macabre this week, and the likelihood is that those events will probably not be contained to a single adventure, and because not everybody from both games can make it on a Tuesday afternoon or a Wednesday night, we are going to be having a special Part 2 event on Saturday to conclude the events of that crossover stream. So, tune in for an extra stream this week on Saturday afternoon. I'll give you a time as we get closer. Probably it'll It'll probably be around 11 or 12 in the afternoon. But yeah, it's very, very exciting. Super hype. In any event, why don't we go ahead and introduce ourselves and our characters, starting with the commander.
Hi everybody, I'm Stu. I play Commander Gaz, the half-orc Oath of Redemption paladin who commands the Legion, and recently came into possession of a flaming sword. Or rather, activated its ability to become flaming.
Yes. It's coated in phoenix fire.
That's fire that can die.
Emmy, you want to introduce your new addition to our crew?
Oh yeah, I guess that's me now. Hi everyone, my name is Emmy. I'm from the Wednesday game, and now I get to join the Monday evening game as Bliss, who is an eloquence bard with some rogue. She is a pink tiefling, and she is excited to see what happens here.
Hi everyone, I'm Dio. I'm playing Sparks, a rogue arcane trickster and an artificer who is now a little bit more happy because she was able to stuff some parts in the bag of holding to try to ship to her mom. She hasn't thought about that, how she's going to manage it, but one step at a time.
And I am Adam. I play Trix, the warlock pact of the tome of the Fathomless. And he's just excited to maybe start getting revenge.
Hello, everyone. I am John. I play Captain Preacher, the peace domain cleric of the Legion as of right now, because it's no longer Unity. It has now been updated. And I am eager to just see what glorious things the Diplomat players have done for us and do my best to frustrate them all in equal measure.
I'm the Mark Knight. I am your Dungeon Master this evening. When we last left off, the members of the Phoenix Legion, the commanders of the Phoenix Legion, had returned from their exploration of Mythfont, the legendary sanctum of the wizard Merwin, lost to time, and discovered a large number of dangerous and powerful artifacts locked away within his vault. Having done enough exploration to spend most of the day down within the halls of this place, they determined that things would be best suited if they headed back to the Citadel to check in on the progress of their troops and
rest.
Returning from deep below the sub-basements of the Citadel, you come out into the courtyard of your fortified headquarters. It's quiet. It's late evening. Your men are either off duty or on patrol within the walls. Several weeks ago, as I had stated, the refugees had either signed on or cleared out. Paige, having traveled with you for the second half of the day, is unable to give you a status report because he wasn't here.
So check in with Guest Silver, I guess.
Actually, Agronak could also be speaking to me telepathically as we get back to the portal.
You mean Urag?
Well, he was with us.
Or Urag, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, you mean Urag.
Urag. It's been weeks.
Urag is When you come out, Urag is curled up in the standard canine sleeping position in one corner of the courtyard, one large corner of the courtyard. And although she seems like she is snoring quietly, Gaz, telepathically, you can sense that her eyes and ears are upon the main gate of the citadel itself, as they typically are. Her ears perk up as you enter the courtyard. Silver is up on the parapets, just kind of checking on the various guard posts, looking over the cannonry that is being reconstructed. And all is quiet on this late evening as twilight begins to overtake the sky.
Anything to report, Silver?
Commander, Citadel's been quiet today. We haven't heard back from Broker as of yet, or his troop movements, but I'm hoping that we will in the morning. Getting across these bridges are a pain in the ass, as you know. Yeah, not much to report.
Out of character, I thought we were going with the teleport idea.
Well...
And either way, it would
actually,
slow things down because
it
you
would
can
slow
only...
things down. Yeah, okay, so Silver says getting around on this godforsaken island is a pain in the ass, especially with that many troops.
Well, at least it beats the desert heat.
He looks out over the ocean. Yeah, that's true. I still can't get over how much water is out here.
You get used to it, Captain.
I don't think I'll ever be used to it.
I can feel
But
you on that one.
I'll tell you what, when Captain Card had said that there were vast bodies of water like the dunes, the next thing I thought was, you'll be telling me that water can fall from the sky too. He smirks pretty wide. I'm just kidding, Commander. I know what rain is. It's delivered by dragons in buckets. But no, Commander, no Commander. The Citadel's been quiet today. I've got men on regular patrols right now on the walls, rotating. I've got rotating guards every few hours to keep men from getting bored as they do. But we've been just working on continuing to make the lower levels a suitable operations area for us, and not just some bloody mess that these cultists left behind.
Speaking of the lower levels, actually, out of character, I'm assuming we've been checking down, like in that little makeshift demonic throne room, every now and then, since we never actually brought in anyone to clear that out.
Yeah, it just gives off it gives off the vibe of being desecrated, right? Just this evil vibe.
I think Sparks will be checking regularly because the Dragonborn are there with the submarine, and there's also a pile of gold.
True.
So she will be like keeping that place checked all the time, and with part of her guards making sure that no one that it doesn't belong doesn't go downstairs
Mm-hmm.
and giving orders and lessons to the Dragonborn. So
Well, if you're telling everyone from the Legion to not be down there, then Trix doesn't listen a lot. He enjoys sitting in the cove.
Well, lower than captain anyway.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, technically you're the same rank, so only. I don't know if there's much issue with that.
He enjoys sitting around down there.
yeah, and probably
Community.
Sparks will think that you are going there to check on your friend Krav. So it's fine.
Well, in light of the apparently surprisingly uneventful night for the most part.
Well, before it gets too further, Commander, a word.
You're dismissed to do whatever needs to be done on your parts. And yes, Preacher.
I'd like to take you somewhere out into the city, incognito.
Should I leave my... I'm assuming you wouldn't want me to leave my armor behind, or would you?
Your choice. But I would ask you, did you wear a robe over everything, and maybe, and potentially conceal as best you can. Well, is a blade of the Legion distinct enough that the common passerby will be able to recognize the mark?
While it's sheathed.
I'm saying that. I'm saying a moment. The sword of the Legion, if it would be recognized.
Yeah.
Yes.
If it were...
Yes. Anybody
can
who
leave
is a
that-
student of history would recognize it. And in the city of Grovair, it's easily recognizable.
I'll leave it in my quarters. Urag can guard it.
Okay.
And Agranak.
Wise choice.
Yeah, go ahead.
But no. My reasoning is this, Commander. You've lived out in the desert most of your life. If not the entirety of your life, correct?
The mountains near the desert, to be more accurate, but yeah.
You've never been in a city before.
Well, Ravenreach.
But you've never spent time living in a city, have you?
No. Well, actually, while I was in training, but that's been about a decade.
But no, when was the
Maybe
last
two.
time you actually went out into a city and interacted with the populace?
Well, Ravenreach.
I understand where you're coming from with your desires to protect and raise up the common man. But my feeling is that if you truly want to do that, you should interact with them and listen to their concerns. And I know just such a place to do that.
Should we invite any of the other captains?
I don't see why not, but I don't think I doubt any of them would truly benefit from what they would have to learn from here, other than you.
Well, I was thinking more of a night off sort of thing. It's been a while since we've all been able to enjoy such a thing.
And as such, I prefer to lead them to their own devices.
Fair point.
But no. At that, be back here in a few minutes. And when he comes back, Preacher is just clad in the vestments of just a normal cleric of Orad that you've seen walking throughout the city. No signage of the Legion, nothing like that. Follow me, if you be so kind.
Gaz would probably wear some of his older scale mail out instead of the plate mail.
The two of you head out.
And there is a soup kitchen, I'm going to say probably in District Probably somewhere around like the 25, 26 area.
Okay.
Run by the church.
Sure.
And Preacher is going to take Gaz there.
Okay.
We can only hope that none of those that we helped out in the basement recognize us. Or if they do, that they'll keep mum.
If they were helping us out, they wouldn't be assigned here. Soup kitchen work, while portrayed on the outset as being a service to the city and the poor, for the priests themselves, assigned them here as a punishment.
Well, I meant those frequenting the soup kitchen, not those operating it.
I'm sure if they recognize us, they would respect our desire for privacy here. But regardless,
Incidentally, should I wear a helmet or should I just go out barefaced as...
well, I would like you said, a heavy robe with a cloak.
Okay.
Yeah, just like keep the hood up.
You head to the soup kitchen and get set up there. Are you simply walking around the soup kitchen, showing him what it is, or do you intend to help?
I would first things first. I would roll a persuasion with like the head priest, just saying, "Hi, we were assigned here by High Priest Alistair as penance, and we were just helping out for a couple of hours tonight, and just so he's none the wiser, because he's probably used to that, dozens of times in the course of any given week."
If this is not true, it would be deception, not persuasion.
Oh, okay.
Can I roll as well?
You can give him the help action, but what do you say?
Someone managed to provoke me to anger, and I spoke up when I should not have. So I was sent here to make up for that indiscretion.
Go ahead, give me. You have advantage then.
Deception or him?
He can roll a second deception check.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a +6. Do you have better?
Nope, you beat me by 2.
Much better.
The priest at the door kind of gives a shrug, and says, "If you're here to help, you're here to help. Your penance is your own," and lets you in to assist in the soup kitchen.
Yeah. And so I would just say, and just like, unless you have like a specific interaction that you feel Daz should hear, like, just spend like maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours there, just serving the people, and like if there's anyone obviously injured, like he tend to them and listen to their concerns.
Okay. While you're doing this, off in the soup kitchen, you've slipped away from the Citadel and are helping to aid the poor.
And I would have informed Lieutenant Silver regarding this. Or Captain Silver.
Captain Silver. Yep, he's a captain. Okay. Silver is going to find Sparks. And he's going to find Sparks first. Captain?
Silver, what's up?
You know about family stuff. And you know a little bit about magic. Maybe not like this, but a little bit. I don't know. I think we talked before about what's going on with my family.
I remember you mentioned something about it. Did something happen?
I don't know. That's the thing. I there's a he looks around the courtyard. You know, maybe it's better if we go inside.
Sure, of course. Do you want to go to my office or do you want to go to the meeting place where I have the sessions with other people?
Yeah, we can just do that. That's fine.
Okay.
Um Look, there's this. I have a bunch of siblings, okay? Had a bunch of siblings. We moved around a lot, spent a lot of time in the desert. You know, being a tiefling is not is only slightly less gets only slightly less stares than if I were, I don't know, a dragonborn. And so we moved around a lot. My mom was a devil. And my father was imprisoned for summoning her. When my mom left, she left something with our family. It was a sword made of devil bone. That sword, she told us that it would keep our souls from going to where she's from when we died. And as each of us, it was given first to my oldest sibling, and when he passed, the sword moved on to the next sibling on its own. And my brother's soul was caught inside it. And the sword gifted magical abilities to the bearer. Kind of some of the stuff that Captain Trix can do. Similar, not exactly, but some things. Well, the weird thing is that I have the powers, but not the sword. And the last person I knew to have it was my brother Silver, or my brother Mirth, and Mirth's not dead. In fact, he keeps sending me messages magically. So I don't know what's going on. And I'm kind of worried about it.
Okay, so that's a little bit weird, I will say. And yeah, but no. Since the beginning, why would you guys need to have a sword in order for your souls not to go where your mom is? As
Well,
far as I know, and that probably maybe something false, I don't know, but I heard from the Church of Thundra that basically it depends on your actions and your decisions in life where your soul goes afterwards, not because of your race.
I don't know. I mean, my mother's a literal devil. Sparks. I am literally half devil.
Yes, but that
When
means that your other half is not a devil. So why should we count one half over the other?
I'm just telling you what Mom said when she gave it to us. That's not the thing I'm worried about, Sparks. The thing I'm worried about is that the sword and its powers are only supposed to pass on if one of us dies. My brother's alive, but I have the sword's power, and I don't know why. And I don't have the sword. And I don't know if he does either. I can't contact him the way he contacts me. So I can't even ask.
Well, if you're worried about the contact, we could ask Preacher to make a sending. But I was asking about the whole soul thing because you said that basically the sword keeps the souls of your siblings and then gives the power to the wearer, whoever wears that sword.
Mm-hmm.
But are you hearing your
No,
siblings' voices?
it doesn't really work like that, as far as I could tell. None of us could ever hear, like, the souls inside talking to us. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know enough about this stuff. I'm just telling you what I was told.
Well, we can investigate together. It's if you're worried about controlling magic, I can help you. I'm a little bit knowledgeable about it, and at least from my understanding, Silver, magic is just kind of like a mechanical thing to do.
Maybe to
Some
you.
people,
Maybe for you. I know you grew up with with your mom being an artificer, and you think about things like that. But there's some magic that's magic, Sparks. There's some magic that are gifts that aren't just science.
how I see it is like magic is like a river. Some people are born near the river and have access to the water more easily than others, but the water is there, so you can always try to make dams or something else. But in your case, if your magic comes from your blood or your could it be that the sword was lost? Can you destroy the sword?
I don't know. I don't know.
Hmm.
It's just been on my mind, and you are the person that everybody goes to when they've got a lot on their mind. So I thought I'd
Why her and not the priest?
I've known you longest.
You're
You
not,
were my
you're not
commanding
listener, you're
officer.
preacher.
Yeah, you don't listen. You're a preacher, exactly.
Um, I've known you the longest. You were my commanding officer before I became a captain. So, and like I said, you know. I
Okay,
don't know.
I will grab Silver's hands and squeeze them and say, "We will figure this out. But at least one of your worries is not there. Your brother is still alive, and you have the power. So at least one of the worries that you have that you will wake up one day with a sword next to you, knowing that your brothers were dead, is not there. So he's alive. So that's a good thing, right?"
I hope so. And if you knew Mirth, you'd understand why I said that.
Can't be that bad, honestly. But maybe he was bad before. Like you've been separated for
No,
many
no, no.
years. People
You don't get what
change.
Mirth's
Okay.
name should be Mischief, not Mirth. That's all I'm
Oh.
saying. And he's probably done something. And I'm worried about what that something might be. Also, he keeps asking us for about some kind of fire.
Phoenix fire.
Yeah,
Hmm.
a brazier of it. Did you
Well,
find anything like that where you went?
no. The only thing I know so far is that it's not an alchemical component, which is weird because a lot of alchemical texts mention phoenix stuff. But um, I will keep my eyes for it next time we go down there. There was nothing like that. Lots of fairy tales books, but that's it.
Well, I'm gonna I'll ask Preacher about that spell. About
Yeah.
sending. And if I don't find out what's going on that way, I may need to. Find out however I can.
I understand if you need. I understand.
Let's try this first, and then think about that later.
Okay. Thanks for trusting me with this. And you know that you can always count on me, right?
There are things that you've trusted me with. It would be wrong not to think I couldn't trust you back, Sparks.
Dragonborn.
The evening, unless there's something specific you're hoping to talk to Gaz about at the soup kitchen, the evening would pass by.
Well, just essentially just to start impress upon Gaz the nature of being poor in a city.
As opposed to being poor in the desert?
Yeah.
Or the countryside where maybe you could still go out and forage.
Yeah. And just the nature of survival is vastly different because while country survival has very close-knit groups that can tend to band together in times of crisis, city is can be very depending on the nature of the city, especially a city like Grover that has deep roots of corruption and backstabbing and such. Survival is a very insular, isolated thing.
Every man
Outside of
for
your immediate
himself.
family. Yes. As such, that and such. I'm reminded of a quote from I heard a while ago saying, "You can't blame someone for surviving. Survival is usually a selfish act."
Gaz, what do you take away from your time in the soup kitchen as the two of you walk back to the Citadel later that night?
That works like that are obviously very much for the benefit of the city, and yet it seems that people are only doing that when it's part of a punishment, which shouldn't be the case.
And Preacher will say, "There's a name for the priests that genuinely wish to give aid and comfort to those that can give them nothing back. My mentor called them fools."
That's very Groverian.
All the dumb babies.
He didn't. He did say he did speak to the fact that there is altruism does exist, but in Grovair, it does not exist in a vacuum.
Yeah.
That evening passes quietly.
And actually, one thing that I don't think we've addressed it in game yet, because Gaz does need to try contacting his parents at some point.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
I figure I only just remembered because of the conversation that Silver was having with Sparks.
True. I mean, if you want to address that, we can do that now as well.
May as well.
Okay.
Figure it's a downtime, and it's, on the eve of what might be conflict. So sending is, I think, 15 words, right?
25.
25.
25. We can move on, and I'll just type it down in in Foundry chat.
Sounds good.
Before that, at what time does Preacher and Gus return to the city?
Probably just before, when we head for bed.
Okay, Sparks is going to ambush Gus before he goes to bed.
Not another ship. Anyway.
All of them. All the damn time.
God damn
it. Come on, guys. The Company of Fools is not as bad in shipping as I have with other campaigns, so you're kind of safe-ish.
That is true.
Sparks will go and knock at Gas' door. Gas, are you still there?
Come in.
I will come in. And I will close the door. And there's two things I wanted to talk to you, Gas. The first, I think, is the most important. How are you?
Well, about to try contacting my parents for the first time since we left the desert, really. And trying to figure out the best way to manage it with only 25 words in a sending spell.
You can always send a couple of sending spells. I think that you can do that, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking is, how are you?
Better than I've been. Click and clack are weighing on my mind. 2 innocents made to suffer for actions that were not even relating to them, aside from species.
I was thinking of asking Broker after we deal with Weston to go and find out about them and if there are other half-orcs in the city that maybe are having similar issues.
Out of character, just as a reminder, we know that Click and Clack are dead.
Mm-hmm.
I know that they are dead, but she wants to know if they have family or what was the situation for them to get into that situation, basically.
Okay.
Yes, but I'm asking because when we were in Midfont, you mentioned to me that I was not the one in charge, and it made me think that you may be overwhelmed by the position that you're facing right now, being the commander.
It's an adjustment period. I never I never really anticipated coming to this level within the Legion. I figured that I would help out in the desert, maybe, and then depending on how the resolution occurred with the raiding orcs, that from there I would then make my own way apart from the Legion. Not come to be in charge of it with a dragon bearing down on a city. Potentially. We still have no idea what her actual motivations are beyond just general conquest.
Do you think you are not that there might be someone better than you to lead the Legion?
Of those I know, it's going to sound egotistical as hell, but I think I actually am a very good fit as commander. It's just a matter of adjusting to it.
You say that because I was coming with the idea of drilling into your head that you are actually the best to lead us, honestly.
What? What? Preacher? What? Preacher couldn't be a good commander?
John.
Out of character, for Spark's perspective, no.
And all I could think there, actually, John, was that intentional with stumbling over the words, or was that like me earlier before the game when I was just having a complete brain fart?
Bit of 6 one way, half dozen the other.
Combination of the two. Little column A, little column B.
Well, I'm glad that you think that you are worthy of that position, because you are. And I honestly wouldn't want anyone else.
He actually kind of chuckles a little. Apparently the sword agrees, if nothing else.
I think Sarah Race agrees too. But have you ever thought about how do you plan to approach your main project? How you want to help both races? Out of character, you told me about that you wanted to basically not combine but mend the relationships between humans and orcs, if I understood correctly.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of when. I want to say that was maybe back at your parents' place, right?
You told me at my parents' place, and also you told me when we met in the desert.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think with the in the desert it was that oblique kind of thing, and then it was more straightforward at your parents. That's right.
Yes.
I think that depends largely on how we can deal with Thundermaw, because currently she commands the respect of the orcs, at least those in the desert. And from how Agronak describes her, I can very easily see why. She leads through appealing to what they value. Similar to how any good king in the more established kingdoms and queendoms would rule over their people.
Do you understand why do they have those values?
Well, strength, it's the ability to impose your will, I think, is a big part of it. Because if you don't have the ability to impose your will on others, then someone else is going to impose their will upon you. Which does not sound too dissimilar from Grover, to be perfectly frank.
Oh, it's different, Gus.
It's
very different.
In terms of how it applies, not necessarily in terms of the outcome, not necessarily the implementation. Because House Foster, for example, or actually just double checking here, and got a cat laying on my chest. House Andros, I misspoke. They're, because of her work with the printing press and her ingenuity with inventions, her house has come to power in a very short time. And with that power has come, well, Mr. Falco, and the ability to shape public opinion. That's helping them impose what they value and upon others. Would you disagree?
I think you are missing something a little bit more basic. The orcs respect power and strength because they live in a desert where there's no resource.
And so you have to fight over such resources.
Exactly. And it makes sense for them to worship thunder mode that brings thunder equals rain equals water equals more resources too.
Well,
And strength. So it's I think it's a multi-layer problem, and maybe what I wanted, my point was that I think is a great opportunity for you to be the commander of the Legion, because if we can have some power within the city, maybe you can open the opportunity for other races to establish themselves in a different environment where there are more resources.
the problem is you've seen what happens between the houses, where they're all vying for power, which is which is a scarce resource in their eyes. They're all trying to have the biggest piece of the pie, essentially.
Problem is greed. And I can tell you more about that, but I will let you rest and go back to that sending. I will just quickly tell you that my second coming here was just to. I have an idea. I know it's a. You can think about it. I don't want an answer right now, but I was thinking of giving Lady Andros the. I wanted to make a deal with Lady Andros and give her the blueprints of the submersible in exchange for her to give us more submersible.
Out of character, I don't believe we've managed to locate blueprints of it. Like they've deliberately
No,
kept that.
she will make the blueprints.
Oh, okay.
Max will make the blueprints.
Sparks, I have a question. Do the Dragonborn know you are Dragonborn? Have you revealed that to them yet?
No,
Just that
I
you
have
can
not.
speak Draconic, correct?
Just that I can speak Draconic, and I've been teaching them and talking to them and trying to make a bridge of communication.
Okay. All right. That's all I needed to know.
All. Yeah. That was my idea. And the main reason why I want that is because, as I told you in Midfont, it will be a good idea not to have all the eggs in a basket. Right now, we are in an island who requires supply from the continent. If that supply line is cut, then Thundermouth won't have to make a full-time invasion. She can just starve us.
And we've yet to figure out exactly. There are a lot of moving parts at play here. And unfortunately, we've only got a fraction of the map that we're able to see.
I know, and that's why it was just an idea. Just think about it. We can discuss it later with the others, but it's just that I don't want what happened in the desert to repeat here. The main reason we lost in the desert was lack of resources and supply lines.
Well, that and the massive dragon that came out of nowhere.
If we had, yes, but gas, if we had enough supplies and enough people,
And enough preparation, because there
exactly.
was no way we could have planned for that.
No, but now we are in a better position, but we cannot allow ourselves to get caught out of supplies. Because even with the cannons require the powder that I research. I'm pretty sure we cannot have all the ingredients to make them here. They probably are getting small. So we need supplies and a good chain.
And unfortunately, we've got more pressing issues at the moment.
I know. It's just a plan.
I know.
I let you rest then. Goodbye,
Um,
guys.
that night, you guys get a long rest.
And I
And
just put in the Foundry chat what the first ending was.
I saw that. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll send you. I'll give you a response at some point.
All right.
Um, Tricks.
Yeah.
As you rest in your quarters, you are visited by a vision.
Hmm.
Um, you find yourself in deep, deep waters. The type of place where light has not reached it in a very, very long time, if ever. And the only real sensation is cold. In spite of this, your half-elven eyes and the gifts of your master allow your vision to adjust to the depths. And as they do, as the things around you become clear, the only thing that is visible is a singular eye that is far larger than you. It almost swallows you in its depths. And a inaudible and yet also booming voice rings out in your mind. Servant. What? What do you do now that you are connected again to the sea?
Well, I spread your glory more through those willing to see the power that you possess, and I believe that shortly I will be able to steer the power of the group with which I am associated toward the issue south of here that you have asked me to take care of. It has been difficult. These people talk so much and do so little. But I think we shall soon be in possession of items of power that will allow us to take care of the issue that you have uh, asked me to asked me to remove in your name.
This creature grows in power beyond what even you, servant, will be able to handle its tendrils of rot spread. It turns the seas black.
A threat coming from the arid lands as well that they seem more concerned with, though. Some that I associate with seem more than happy to curry favor with possible kings than to do much about it. But as I find more people to spread your name and power, I am doubtful that there is little that could survive your wrath soon.
Bless you. Should you find a way to sink this city of talkers and not doers into my realm, that I may devour it? Or is it of use to you?
We shall see after this creature of the desert is dealt with how useful the city is. But for now, it does have its uses. Though, I only imagine what power you could give it were it in your domain.
Then for now, continue to bathe the minds of others in my glory.
I will continue to awaken those to your dreams.
You are awoken or brought out of your... as a half-elf, do you trance? I can't remember.
No.
You sleep.
No, they sleep.
Okay.
There's I forget, one of the warlocks can get something where they no longer have to sleep. I think it's chain. But it ain't me. Oh, is it too? Okay. Yeah, I don't have it, but chat confirmed that it is Tome that cannot sleep, but I have not taken that.
Yeah. You, when you awaken, you awaken to a knock upon your door very early in the morning. It is... Is it Dreamer? Is that your subordinate? Your lieutenant?
No, it's God, I can't remember. It's been a while.
Hold on, I have it right here in front of me. It has been a while. Your flock has not shown up in quite a bit.
No, we've been busy.
Yes. the
Oh, I think it's Loss.
yes, Loss and Loss and the couple of others who have come to the Dreamer through your kindness and wisdom, are standing at your door when you open it. We have received a vision.
Yes. I received a similar one. The Master is concerned about something to the south, but I believe soon we will have boats with which we can take care of this threat. Well, at least one. I did promise a boat to a friend.
Loss. Loss says, I awoke from my vision with images of his grasp reaching to the shore. And so, early this morning I walked along the water's edge, and this was there. And he told me that it was a gift for you, for your faithfulness.
Ooh.
And he holds out a it's almost like a fish egg that is about like a couple feet in diameter. It's big, or a foot in diameter. It's
Still pretty big for an egg, yeah.
yeah, it's pretty big for an egg, right? And he holds it out, and he says, your gift is within.
This is curious, but let it be a lesson to all of you what faith in the Dreamer can grant you.
There are murmurings of agreement amongst your followers.
I'm a cult of personality.
The egg is slimy and kind of this pale like it's not like a hard-shelled egg, right? It's like a membrane.
Mm. Is there a roll that I could make to know more about it? Would nature work, or?
Yeah, you could roll nature, sure.
Okay.
That would work.
Oh.
As you feel it and examine it, you realize that this is not an egg. It looks like a fish egg, but it's some kind of membrane that is, there's something inside of it. This is simply a waterproof, like, floating membrane.
So it is not alive per se.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, then I will reach inside and retrieve the item.
Okay, you kind of push through the membrane, and it gloops and deflates in a sickening and satisfying manner. And you find a a scepter-like cylinder within it. It is black and carved with various motifs of tentacles and like tentacles grasping ships and pulling them out of the sea, and other various powers of the fathomless. Oh my god, David. Oh, roll cook's utensils to determine how much caviar you can make out of this thing. That is not the one I said oh my god to. You have received a gift from your master.
Is it something that'll take time to figure out, or is it...
You can spend an hour, you can identify it, or you can spend an hour attuning to it to know what it does. So
I'll probably do that since it's early in the morning.
Okay.
It's cursed.
That's fine.
You have received a Rod of the Pact Keeper +1.
Oh, I already had one.
Oh, you do have one of those.
Yes.
Okay. Oh man, that's right. You do have one.
That's my fish hook.
Well, this one will be better.
In some manner to be determined in the future.
Nah. In some manner to be determined right now.
Okay.
I can do things like read character sheets sometimes, but not today.
You have a lot of balls in the air at any given moment.
Yes, that's probably an accurate way of giving me an excuse. Okay.
Right.
It will have some properties related to your master, so I will give you that information in chat in a moment.
Neat.
You can just Jim Dark Magic it and dual wield Rods of the Pact Keeper.
That would be cool. I wouldn't have a shield then.
What's that?
I'd be much squishier. I would not have my shield.
That's also true. There it is. So it when seen from the corner of the eye, your item seems to move similarly to your manifestations that you can create. I'm apt to not say tentacle due to the crowd we have in chat right now.
And 9 tickles.
It
Will be a warlock too.
let's see.
The news story, Tentacle of the Wand, brought to you by Hitachi.
Oh god. And moving on. I will give you the rest of the properties in a moment. In the meantime, David said give it to your tentacle and let it wield it. The morning rolls on. You complete your typical morning routines, each of you, Preacher, preparing your spells and communing with Orad, and Gaz doing similar things. And Gaz, once you've settled into your office, hoping to hear word back from the forces that are moving through the city. You are interrupted from your gathering of the day's paper, and the other typical clerical work that needs to be done when running a military force. When Broker shows up at your office door.
How was everything, Lieutenant? Or Lieutenant Commander?
Well, I'm not sure. Can I sit down?
Of course.
We didn't exactly get where we needed to go.
What was the hurdle?
Well, apparently, we were given some excuse about the teleporters not being used for military movement in the city, and we couldn't use them. And,
Well, can't say I'm surprised at House Foster over this, so I suppose back to the bridge it is.
yeah.
House Foster has seemed rather against this from the outset.
The only other thing with that is that we saw a convoy from House Benton trying to move troops into that district as well. And, we kind of spotted each other trying to make the same maneuver, and, I thought it was best to come back here and discuss what should be done next. And it looked like Benton's troops had the same idea.
We really do need to coordinate better.
I'm not really sure what their plan is. My hands and ears couldn't really get anything off the situation, but hopefully we'll hear back from Squeaks and Whiskers in a couple of days. They chittered their way onto a ship, the way that rats are apt to do.
So Benton was also trying to go to 39?
53. From, they convoyed from 53 using their fleet.
Oh,
And,
gotcha.
Yeah, you sent your forces over the bridge to 53. In terms of the movement of military forces, those two forces would have essentially not been able to occupy the same point.
Right.
There's not necessarily enough room to garrison two different
Yeah.
militaries worth of troops, and so
Even if we were just passing through.
yeah, so Broker has returned in order to present what do we do next. And is telling you that Benton's forces decided to do the same thing.
Let's call a general meeting, I think, in regards to that.
Before we do that, Commander, there's something that was on my mind while I was out there and then getting back. It's been gnawing at me ever since my parents got to the Citadel. And well, sir, I need to resign my commission.
Any particular reason why?
Well, now that, to To be honest, I'm not great at leading a military incursion like the one I just tried to lead. I think that maybe my drive to get information before making any kind of serious committed moves is what led me to back off, and maybe if it was someone bolder, we would have pushed through and established ourselves the way we needed to. But I don't rush into things like that. I take my time. And maybe as a commander of a outright force of troops, that's not the best, it's not necessarily the best trait. I'm more apt to work in the shadows and figure things out. But, more than that, I've never had this much money in my pocket before, now that we've actually gotten paid, and neither has my family. I paid off their debts, and, well, Commander, they're not safe here in Grovair. I want to get them out, and I think I should go with them. I've been gone for 10 years, and they missed a lot, and so did I. I didn't come to this lightly. It's just been kind of one thing after another for the last few days since they got here. I think I have a replacement, though, for Spymaster, at least.
Out of character, what was Broker's, true name? Not the Legion name?
Yeah.
Grixis. I
Grixis.
think.
Yep.
Okay, I'll just say it out loud then.
Yeah,
Gaz would, after being informed about the reasoning, Gaz would stand up and embrace Broker. You're a good man, Broker. That Grixis. You and your family deserve better than what Grovair's given you.
He takes he hugs back after a moment of having not expected it, and
so to pick your mind a little bit, though, in regards to Lieutenant Commander, who would you think is most suitable?
Well, if you, Commander, if you think that having someone to balance the books and watch your back in social situations is important, and make sure that the Legion is well funded so that you can focus on leading, then it should be Captain Sparks. If you think it should be someone who knows the political landscape of the city and could guide you that way and make sure that your morale is up while leading the men, you should probably look to Captain Preacher. If you think that you need a bit more brashness and a bit more chutzpah in this situation, I would look to Captain Trix, because I don't think he gives a damn. And maybe that's what's needed in Grovair.
Out of character, I was genuinely waiting for you to just kind of pause and wait for Gaz to ask, and Captain Trix? And then be like,
I almost did that.
I'm pretty sure Captain Sparks would object to being named Lieutenant Commander because she does not. She's a bit like you in the respect of not wanting the spotlight on her, I believe.
Well, maybe that makes her best suited for it. After all, you didn't want Commander, and you're best suited for that.
Got a phone call.
Uh-oh. Watch out, everybody. Stu's making moves.
An exclusive announcement from Marriott Hotels.
Amazing.
You need to take that. Make sure that you say yes when they ask you if you can hear them. It is not a scam at all. Also, I let known my thoughts about what you said about drinks.
I missed that entirely. What was that?
Chat.
Yeah,
Oh.
go ahead. Sink a city. I'll burn a city. It's like everyone just
Oh, yeah.
every warlock just take their turn.
I think just every every city in Oregon should just be destroyed by the PC so that the demon lords can't take the place over.
You can't be taken over by a demon lord when you're taken over by an elder god.
It's true.
I think Preacher would probably be the best fit then. Because, as I said, Captain Sparks, I'm reasonably sure would genuinely dread the position. Like, she's good one-on-one, but she would not want all eyes on her. Like, she would hate it more than you do.
Well, I do have a lieutenant that was actually has only recently joined the Legion, but is showing promise, especially as a spy master. I think she could take my place pretty quick. If you don't mind, I have her waiting outside the office.
I think perhaps a general meeting would be in order here, especially since the others deserve to know the news.
You're probably right, sir.
Well, let's assemble in the main underground hall then.
Okay. As Bliss, you're standing outside of the commander's office when Lieutenant Commander Broker and Commander Gas step out. And Lieutenant Commander Broker turns to you and says, "Follow us, Lieutenant. You're gonna see your first command meeting."
And then this bright pink tiefling is just super smiley. She was like fiddling with her pink flute. And she's just like, awesome, let's go.
I may have figured that she could keep the attention off Captain Sparks.
Seems about right.
Paige.
As far as Silver might be happy.
Paige assembles the captains in the meeting hall, going to each of you one at a time. Preacher, as you're headed down, Captain Silver sidles up to you. "What's up, Preacher?"
Not much, Captain. How was everything last night?
Well, same as always. Just a fiendishly good time.
I'm sure you're bored stiff.
I had a question for you. Can you cast Sending?
I can, but the requirements of the spell have it so that I have to be familiar with the person receiving the message, and they have to be familiar with me.
They don't have to be familiar with you. You just have to be familiar with who they are. If they are familiar with you, they know it's your voice. But you just have to be familiar with who they are.
Alright.
Silver says, "Well, I can let's see, looking at Silver's character sheet here.
how was it solved in the other campaign? Was
Uh,
because they read the other's character's mind or something?
yeah, you can. They either used telepathy to share like memories of the person with the sender, or um, they used like an illusion spell to create a exact replica of their appearance and kind of shared with them this is who this person is, and made them technically familiar with them, right? So I'm okay with that being like the bridge to allowing somebody else to cast sending on your behalf. Um, but it can't just be like, oh, hey, you've never met my brother before. Do you mind sending him the spell? And it's like, that's not going to work. But if Silver can cast minor image, he should be able to create a strong enough facsimile.
Even minor illusion, he should be able to create like
Yeah,
a bust to give you a general idea.
yeah. But if he has minor illusion, he should be able to create a bust and even like replicate the sound of his voice with another casting of it. I just need to make sure that that's one of his spells. He does have minor illusion, so Silver just says, "I can handle that. I can take care of that, so that you'll be more familiar than you want to with my brother, and then you can probably send him what I need you to send."
Okay. Remember, just remember, Captain, that the limit on this spell is 25 words or less.
I think I can pull that off.
What up, jerk? You alive?
Once this is kind of like small talk in the hallway on the way to the meeting room, and then eventually you are all gathered in the conference room. Commander Gaz and Captain Broker and Captain Rocks and a pink tiefling who you have seen under Broker's command for only a few weeks now are all in the room.
I'm fiddling with a rod that is not the normal fishhook one that I have.
Creature kind of gives an inquiring eyebrow at Lieutenant Bliss, but doesn't say anything unless she does first.
If you even look at her, she is immediately like giving you a fanged it like smile because she does have like little sharp canines and like waving.
Mm-hmm.
Rocker, I believe you have some news to impart. Both bits of it, incidentally.
We were unable to establish ourselves on the main part of the island yet. There were some transportation difficulties, and we got blocked up by Benton's troops. We both ended up retreating back to the island here. Hopefully...
Difficulty explain, please.
Well, we were unable to use the teleporters to transport our men because apparently there's some kind of... we were told by the teleporter operators that military movement was not sanctioned at the moment. And when we got across the bridge, Benton's forces were unloading off ships onto the shore right there. And I decided that rather than having another incident of miscommunication, that I would return here to find out what exactly was going on. And Benton's commander seemed to have the same idea. For now, I think it's best to find out as much as we can before ending up causing some kind of a incident inadvertently with Benton's troops. Don't you?
Cautious move, but I believe it's the correct one under the circumstances you were in. And as for House Foster,
Yes, I'm not surprised either.
I view that as House Foster hedging their bets.
And they've seemed rather against this course of action from the outset anyway. Not firmly enough against it to raise the ire of the other houses, but enough against it that they would not be willing to be complicit in it.
They don't like the idea of
An established house being taken down.
because they're worried about the precedent it sends. If it's going to be House Weston, what's to stop it from being them?
Well, not being as big of a prat as Weston is. But, yeah.
Regardless, you said there's something else?
I'm resigning my commission as of today.
Preacher actually eyes kind of like wide open at that, and it's just broker. Why?
He's concerned about his family, and I don't blame him.
Grew up in this city and I've seen what it can do to people, and it's worse now than it was before I left. And I just think it's time for my parents to experience something a little less dangerous.
Do you have a place to go?
I've got enough money on me now that we've gotten paid back that I can go anywhere I want. For probably the first time in my life. I've seen what it's like to live just about on the streets firsthand, and I hear Geneva's nice.
Preacher kind of slowly stands up from the table, and in a tone that you're not really used to hearing, it has a bit of an edge to his voice, and it's just like, this is going to get worse before it gets better. You can help us, please.
Preacher, back off.
Which city is he going to?
Geneva.
That's not the one with the owl sword, is it?
No.
Okay. Then Trix will not suggest that he start a legion there.
But no,
I've already accepted his resignation. It's his right, and we've afforded that right to all of the others under our command. He should be no exception.
Preacher nods, and
that incidentally does bring us to why we called the meeting.
And sits back down.
So, broker, continue.
Hold on one second. I just think this is something I need to do right now. I've been thinking about it for a while, and there are others better suited to command than me.
And speaking of which, Preacher, in light of Lieutenant Commander Broker's resignation, I want you to be Lieutenant Commander.
You are giving him the Lieutenant Commander position? Him who cannot listen to anyone but himself?
Currently, we are dealing with the odd politics at work in Grover. And of the captains assembled here, Sparks, I believe you've previously objected to the idea of being Lieutenant Commander yourself, correct?
Yes, because there was someone better for that position than me. Preacher is a terrible person to be the second in command. Because if something happens to you, he will be in command. And he will run us to the ground. I already served through many people like him.
And how am I similar to them?
You're the stereotypical Groverian.
Am I?
Yes, you are. And worse of it, you have this delusion that you're a good person when you are not. If I have to choose between you and Trix, I would choose Trix because at least he's honest with himself.
I'm not worshipping Orad if you're Lieutenant Commander.
I would never ask anyone to betray what they hold in their hearts.
No, but you judge people. You didn't want us to contact Carmichael because they were undead.
And since then, my perception has changed.
Yeah, we have to leave you behind to be able to talk to them.
I have a feeling that this is more than just that, though.
I know exactly. I know exactly what Captain Trix Captain Sparks is afraid of, and Preacher stands up. I swear to you that I will never, ever, once give you an order that you do not want to fulfill.
You already did.
Silver interrupts the tension and plops his feet up on the table and leans back in his chair with his hands behind his horns, just kind of like irreverently, and says, "Well, I think I know what the solution to this situation is here, and yes, I will be Lieutenant Commander if you need me to."
Any objections to the idea?
None.
Idea.
For him being the lieutenant commander, no.
Well, the ayes have it. Congratulations, Lieutenant Commander Silver.
Whoa. Wait a minute. I was just trying to break the tension in the room. What do you mean, Lieutenant Commander?
Well, you have been our regular, like when all of us have been out and about in the city or elsewhere, you have been the one literally holding down the fort, so it does make sense.
I mean, I guess I can't say that you're wrong.
Preacher just kind of has like a bemused expression on his face as he looks over at Captain Silver, and just says, "I'm reminded of the fool who once wished for something. Who once wished for. Be careful what you wish for. You just might get it."
I believe there might be a monkey's paw hidden somewhere around here.
Yeah. Like,
Not me.
But we can discuss this more in depth later. I did not realize that there would be such a strong objection to the idea of Preacher being Lieutenant Commander.
Neither did I.
And we should address the root issue there. But we also called the meeting because Lieutenant Commander Broker did have a recommendation. Not in that regard necessarily, but
Of course.
Does this have to do with the new person?
Gaz turns his attention to Broker.
Seems I've had a rising star in my ranks, amongst the little spy network that all of you have had me set up, and I think that she would be a good fit to fill this position of spy master, although sometimes I'm unsure if she's any more ready to lead a group of soldiers into hand-to-hand combat as I am. But I think she can. I think she has the ability to find out what you need to know just as well as I could. This is Lieutenant Bliss. She's from Grovair. She knows the city. She has some experience when it comes to ferreting out information, which is why she was so quick to catch my attention. Not to mention the pink hair. That gets you pretty quick.
Pink everything.
I'll let her make the case for herself if any of you would like to beg the questions.
Preacher just kind of gives her a very Bliss probably feels like he's peering right into her soul.
She is
Just with the-
immediately like avoiding his gaze because it's like so intense and weird. So she's just like,
Who's the father in Neon Genesis Evangelion? I'm thinking of that meme where,
Genji, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Silver
Like that
says, Silver says, Captain Preacher, your gaze is a little intense. Do you have a problem with tieflings?
I do not. But
Do I have to issue some kind of citation as your superior officer?
he drops an expression and kind of leans back again with a bit of a bemused expression. None whatsoever. Please. Tell us about yourself, Lieutenant.
she's
Are
like
you religious?
her crop top jacket. Like, well, now I'm wishing I wore maybe a little more clothes. I don't know what more to say. I mean, I came from broker's recommendations, so I'd like to think I'm definitely capable of whatever you guys may need. And she does give like Silver a wink when she says capable of whatever you need.
Silver
Flushes.
Silver was like taking some kind of note down, which is not which is not actually anybody who's sitting like next to him can easily read it because it's in big like overwritten letters of
Infernal.
well, so anyone can read it.
in just big bold letters. He's just written that down on his pad.
Oh,
Spark is next to him and she will say, yes, please.
And then after Bliss makes the comments about wishing she wore a little more clothes, there's he adds that. So you kind of like say that and look over at Silver, and Silver just kind of like glances over and then looks down at his pad. Good to know, Lieutenant.
You're the lieutenant.
She's a lieutenant. I'm lieutenant commander.
Oh, yeah. But she's now going to be a captain, so.
I mean, is she? Have we decided that yet? I think we should leave that to the decision of the entire command crew.
Okay.
that's what the meeting is for.
Mm-hmm.
So, Broker informed me that you were a recent acquisition by the Legion. What brought you to the Legion?
I think it's a mix between I have a great skill with people that I have a natural talent that I felt was best use for the Legion. And my dad thought it was a great idea.
And your father is?
Oh, he's just a merchant here in the town. Really nice guy. If you guys ever need like some great treats, he specializes in unique foods.
What kind of foods?
That's good to know.
I don't know. I didn't think that far.
Parfait.
Silver's just hungry.
But not thirsty.
As one of my first acts as Lieutenant Commander, I believe we should requisition breakfast for the remainder of this meeting.
Sounds good to me. And out of character, so apparently, Silver is actually Lieutenant Commander then, or?
I don't know, but he's playing it off like he is. This is just how he would act. Now that you've said the eyes have had it, he's just gonna, he's like, I'm not sure if I should have this position, but as long as I do, I'm gonna make use of it.
I can agree with that.
Lieutenant Bliss, are you religious?
Only when I need to be.
Preacher kind of gives another eyebrow raise and a smirk at that.
My brother would appreciate that answer, by the way, so I have to get behind it.
Behind enough for hope or inspiration?
Yeah, I think so. Your very first inspiration, Captain Bliss. Congratulations.
Well then, I have no complaints about our new possible commander.
And Broker Bliss, why should she be promoted to captaincy in favor over those who have been with the Legion since the desert?
Well, Commander, we're not in the desert anymore, and the type of men who would have been suitable to lead in the desert are different than the type of men and women who would be suitable to lead in the situation that we're in now.
I also believe, Commander, that the Legion, more than anything else, is a meritocracy. If she shows merit, then she is deserving of her position.
And to be honest, if I'm being replaced, Broker says, as a captain, then it should be someone from within my unit who takes over my unit. And my unit being primarily our eyes and ears within the city, most of them are newer members of the Legion, because those are the ones best equipped to know where to find the information in the city. So, no matter who I would promote, I think it should be someone who knows the citizenry, the nobility, and the things going on around here.
And Preacher looks over at Commander and nods.
That absolutely makes sense.
Please don't tell my lieutenant that.
Any objections?
I have none.
Over to Silver then, since I
wait.
think he was the one seated next to Preacher, right?
Mm-hmm.
If only because Preacher was able to see the notebook about the... Is he racist?
Well, why do you think that you should be captain?
I think I can do you proud, Broker.
Or is that Silver speaking?
I think Silver would have asked, why do you think you should be captain? You think you could do Broker proud? Why? Why do you think you could do Broker proud?
I'm gifted with my words, and I have a strong will to accomplish what I set out to do.
I'm good with it.
And how are you regarding, say, less accessible areas? We struggled recently with that since Broker was marshaling our forces.
You can say I'm very adaptable.
And in
But-
regards to discovering such hidden locations. Because that was actually our bigger issue, now that I'm thinking about it. Because Trix had the lockpicking covered. We always forget about that.
You do.
Including just then when I completely glossed over.
You can safely assume that I am good enough to get by with whatever you need.
So a generalist.
A jack of all trades, then.
You can say that.
And during combat, what exactly would you be... What would your role be?
I can definitely handle a sword, rapier by choice, but I definitely specialize in utility. I would play more of a support role.
How, would Captain Rock still be on leave at this point? Because it's been, let's see. She came back.
I think she'd probably be... Well, she might be, like, on the tail end of it, maybe.
She came back the day of the council meeting? Is that right? Or...
Yeah, it was a couple months ago in game, but like a few
Yeah.
days. A couple months ago out of game, but a few days ago in game.
Yeah.
Well, no, we've had a 1 week time skip, I think, in game, right?
Yeah, so I think she'll probably be back then.
Okay. It has been... The council meeting took place about a week ago.
Alright. So yeah,
So.
she'd be back then.
Then, if Captain Rox was here in the meeting, the newest of the captains, who hasn't actually been like an acting captain yet, would say, she would look at Bliss. What type of commander of men and women would you be? How would you lead troops in battle?
I would lead them with some inspiring words and be at their side to support them and give them whatever they need to succeed. Ooh, this is an interesting interview, I gotta say. Being an entertainer beforehand, this is so different.
And when interacting with the nobles, how would you... Because we have been having to deal with the houses, as you've been privy to. So how would you go about handling the nobility in the city?
I have some great feminine charm to handle men and women, so I wouldn't be worried, Commander.
And what about undead, considering House Carmichael? I don't think she would be exactly receptive to feminine wiles when she's been trying to get her husband back.
No, but you know, girl talk.
Out of character, she's very much. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Preacher's impression of her is that she's very much a chameleon. That she will adapt to whatever situation she's thrown into, and can read a room exceedingly well.
That would be very accurate.
And she's also very devious. The pink is rather obvious because it's essentially a facade. She openly displays it, and then if needed, drops it, and no one knows who she is.
I think isn't her skin pink?
It's more of a neutral tone. She does have more of a human, but it's just like a pink
Okay.
undertone. So it's not full out
Gotcha.
bright pink.
Yeah.
It's more neutral with a pink undertone.
But she emphasizes it with her instrument and style of clothes And then, so people only notice that and not anything else. Or maybe Preacher's reading too much into it, as he sometimes wants to, but...
I have a couple of questions, please. First, do you want to be a captain?
I want to be in a position where I can help make sure there is as stable as it can be.
Someone from Grobert, how would you like to see the situation, the political situation resolved?
I would like it to be resolved that puts the everyday person in mind. I've seen the struggles that just the people without money go through every day, and that's just, I want to find a leader that cares.
You can see why I would recommend Lieutenant Bliss to take my place as a captain.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I think she has some of the same concerns about the average citizen from the alleyways, and not just the ones who sit in high places. And having two of us that sat in the shadows may have been detrimental to some degree. We've all, if you don't mind me saying so, and being frank, Commander, before vacating one more time before vacating my post. Commander Gaz, you're stoic and noble and can command people, both enemy and ally alike. But you have a compass that points towards what's right, regardless. And Grovair is a place with a lot of shadows and a lot of gray areas. Captain Sparks, you like to stay in the shadows, and let's be honest, you're the brains of the operation. Captain Trix is not exactly the brightest shedding light amongst the nobility. He's clever in combat. He can handle himself, and it's obviously that he draws others to his cause. Captain Preacher, he very much stands in the light of Orad, and he knows Grovair nobility and sees it to be the way that it is, and that's just the way that it is. I think having somebody a little more malleable, a little more of a chameleon, as you put it, a little brighter than the rest of us, might be a good fit for command. We, sometimes our days and our duties are heavy, and sometimes you need to handle that with a bit more of a smile and a wink every now and then.
Preacher will stand up from the table, walk over to Broker, and extend out a hand. I'd be sorry to see you go. It's been fun.
Broker shakes your hand.
And he pulls him into just like a back slapping embrace, brief, and then lets him go.
Keep an eye on the city for me.
Always.
It'll still be here for when you're ready to come back.
If you ever do.
Just make sure it's in one piece when I do. I didn't think this would be as hard as it is.
Well, it's not like we'd let you go skulking off into the night.
I would have preferred it if you did.
I wanted to bring a cake, and he said no.
Honestly, that might not be a bad idea.
Silver says, as Lieutenant Commander, I think that would have been a great idea.
How long has it been since we've all just had a single night off?
You
Got
have a
that
night
spot
off?
Hence my point. So given that we are still marshaling our forces and we are going to have to coordinate with the other houses to avoid other incidents like what occurred with Benton, as well as where to deploy the spy network, I think that a retirement party for Lieutenant Commander Broker would be pretty advisable, actually. Maybe go out into one of the neighboring districts and find a tavern to just relax in.
We don't have to. You
Do
don't have to
that.
do all that for me.
And we can't do that. We cannot leave the Citadel unattended. Because
Rocks.
the last time we tried,
Rox will say, I literally just got back from shore leave. I can stay at the Citadel with the men. I haven't gotten to throw my weight around as captain yet. And nothing against the apparent acting Lieutenant Commander, but security seemed lax when I got back here yesterday.
And are we planning on doing a sending to Mirth/Mischief?
Yeah,
He's actually in the Twitch chat.
he
so
is in
we
the
can-
Twitch chat. Yep, but he's off to bed. I don't want to. I don't
Well, I
want to
said
keep
we
him.
can. Well, I said like if we can, yeah, just let him know, sort of thing.
Yeah, Silver's gonna send him a sending. That's for
Yeah.
sure. That'll happen.
So let's draft up some communications for the other houses. Try and get everything sorted out there, including. We also need to figure out where we want to. Where did we deploy our eyes and ears, as it were?
You deployed them to primarily the naval shipyard area for now.
Okay. Because I had floated the idea of coordinating with the other houses on that by saying, okay, we plan on sending our scouts here. Does anyone else have scouts in this area where it would be redundant?
From at
Or
this,
do you,
I'm going to
yeah.
tell you out of character, like above game. At this point, if you want to communicate with the nobles, Preacher has sending, and each of the nobles have the ability to cast sending. You also have normal correspondence throughout the city. You can feel free to communicate via Discord with any of the nobles who are willing to treat with you in that way, okay? So that you can coordinate with them off camera, and they can coordinate with you off camera. This way,
we're not using game time.
yes, number one, you're
Yeah.
not using game time, and also, this way, the houses can't glean unnecessary information
Gotcha.
through watching the VODs, right? So, once the meeting adjourns, if the plan is to, of this night, spend some time away from the rigors of duty, and enjoy the company of your changing command staff. Silver will pull Preacher aside and say, "Can you send that sending?"
What do you need me to say?
Brother,
Okay.
where's Solace? I have its magic, but not it. What did you do?
Alright.
I know you're up to something. Why aren't you dead yet?
And does Preacher get a response?
We'll find out in a second. 404 Merc knockdown. I guess we don't get a response.
I would say while we are waiting for a response, Bliss would 100% volunteer to get everything ready for the retirement party. She has tavern recommendations and partying down on Flat.
As long as it's in either District 3 or 12, because that's where we officially have control.
Silver says, "Well, as Lieutenant Commander, I think it's my responsibility to oversee all areas of morale for the command staff, and so I should probably oversee the arrangements as well to make sure that the new captain is performing her duties properly, and other important things that lieutenant commanders are supposed to do." What am I supposed to do?
Alright, so Mark, you see what Bertha's saying in chat, so...
Yeah. Long story, and working on it. Asshole devil fought some angry elves. Near joy. Will contact you again as soon as possible. Enjoy your magic powers. What am I supposed to do with that? Actually, Kim, for your information, you fighting the elves and going to Darkhaven has yet to happen in this game. You would still be... at the monastery. They're only a week behind, David. He can fool the rest of them.
Fuck.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's now got to remember, okay, what the fuck were we doing a week ago in-game?
Once again, Kim, if you are able to be here for this, you can be here on Wednesday. I want no excuses. For those of you who don't know, Kim is in the UK. Not in the UK. He's in Europe.
Switzerland.
Yeah, he's in Switzerland. So, yeah, it's very late for him right now.
I
Yeah.
mentioned at least 50% of the messages sent across Orin there's just variations of fuck. What the hell happened now?
I just enjoy the fact that we actually have communication between parties. The Saturday group recently sent sendings to the Wednesday group. And the Tuesday group is currently in Ravenreach with the Wednesday night group. Made some bad decisions, had to save a village. I am a hero, fighting demons and drought. Solace is in hands that will keep it safe. I don't... Okay. Preacher, let me ask you something. Can you slap
Go ahead,
someone
Silver.
upside the head through a sending spell?
Silver, if such a feat were possible, priests would be the richest people in all the realms.
I'll be able to help Silver with that soon. One more level.
Love the better sibling. Oh my god. You can't do that again, can you?
Famous stories.
Hey, that's 30 words. Can I guess I send one and then he sends one back and that's it, right? That's how that
Yeah.
works?
Yes.
All right. Next time.
I can't cast it again, but I figure but it's best to keep that power for military use.
Yes.
Or end of the day.
After the party, I think I will be in a much better state of mind to be able to send him a proper sending. You should help me with it then. Now, where can we get drinks?
Do I know a place in those districts that Gaz named?
I am going to just say you do.
I will immediately start talking about whatever taverns I know.
Great. Come up with one.
No,
And actually, let's take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Alright. Yeah, because we've been going on for a while.
Yes.
Thirsty.
Hey everybody, we're back. Sorry about the delay. Had to take care of a few things. But, we're back.
Does it require attunement?
It
Because
does.
the normal pack, the normal one does.
Yes, it requires attunement. Okay. When you're attuned to it, you also gain resist. In addition to the normal properties from a Rod of the Pact Keeper, you also gain resistance to psychic damage. You can cast Melf's Acid Arrow once a day from the Rod, unless you roll a D, and then you roll a D6 afterwards. If it's a 6, you can cast it again. If it's anything else, you can't do it again until the next dawn.
Gotcha. Okay.
And while attuned to the artifact, you become physically agitated if you are more than 10 feet away from it and have disadvantage on wisdom and intelligence checks and saves.
How would I be away from it for?
I know.
Well, I don't think the Sword of the Legion behind.
I'm gonna say I'm almost positive the answer, but at second level for the Melf's Acid Arrow, correct?
What's that?
At second level for Melf's Acid Arrow.
Yeah.
The level you can cast a spell at.
Yeah. It casts it at the spell that it would be learned, not at any higher level.
Correct.
I was, like I said, I was 90% sure that was the answer, but
yes.
I just wanted to clarify.
It is a second level Melf's Acid Arrow. You have it's a free Acid Arrow, right? So
yeah, that's fine. Yep.
And it can be more than one if you keep getting lucky and rolling a 6 over and over again.
It do be like that.
Where the hell are my notes?
Can I do this?
I would have to make the item and homebrew it in D&D Beyond, which I have not done yet.
I'm doing it now. Actually, that was what
sweet.
I was. That was what I was like. I was like, "Can I do this?" And I have the thing that I can use custom items.
Sweet. Bliss, you and Silver head to the tavern that you are aware of. Have we come up with a name for it?
Oh, I don't know. I was going to steal Pat's, the porthole.
That sounds both appropriate and inappropriate at the same time.
That's why I figured it'd be Bliss's favorite, so...
Silver just kind of looks up at the name when you get there. Why this one?
Great atmosphere.
All right. So Bliss, Infernal or Abyssal?
Do I know both, actually?
Parentage, I mean. Where do you get the horns?
Infernal. My mom's a tiefling.
Ah, the right one.
Yeah.
No?
Mommy issues?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it. Mine's in hell. I don't want her there, to be fair.
Okay. Maybe our moms can switch places and it would be A-okay.
Oh, it's that kind of mommy issues.
Yeah.
Okay.
So are you actually the lieutenant commander now? Is that like...
Let's assume that I am, even if I'm not.
Fair enough.
For now. I have no idea what I'm doing.
And I would drink to that. And as soon as she walks in, she will order 2 drinks already.
Silver looks around. What kind of bar is this?
I don't know. What kind of bar is it?
Is
Bliss
it
would visit
upscale?
any-
Is it would she? Is
She
it a
would
dive?
go to any bar, but I feel like the porthole. I think if she would recommend it for a retirement party, it has to have at least some standards.
Okay, so it's not
Because she
like
doesn't want to get fired on the first day.
it's not like a sailor's dive bar.
Yes, I think it'd be slightly nicer than that.
Okay. The
Like a
owner
bar
is,
you would take your bosses to.
the owner is just tone deaf of the implications of what the porthole can be
Yeah.
be
Yes.
used to imply. Understood. It's a running joke that the owner just didn't get it. It's not what I expected this place to be like when you told me it was called the porthole.
This place gets that a lot.
So, are you proficient at setting up parties?
Yes. I mean, I've thrown enough of them that no one has complained.
Well, I figured you volunteered, so you probably had experience, it seems.
Oh yeah, I definitely have experience. Anything revolving a good time is just right up my alley.
There's not a lot of that goes on in the Legion, so I'm surprised you're here.
Yeah, I'm surprised too, but I think this is what the Legion needed.
I will also let you know that every single one of the commanding officers is surprised that they are a commanding officer.
Makes sense.
Except maybe Preacher. I'm pretty sure that he expects that he should be a commanding officer.
He seemed interesting, to say the least.
He's very insightful. And assumptive.
I see. Well, I'm a pretty good liar, so I'm excited to see how that works.
I see. That's probably useful. We should do something then.
Define something.
Well, we should test the range of your deceptions and his insightfulness.
I like where this is going.
Let's see. What can we do? What would completely throw Preacher off? Maybe you should tell him that you were lying in the meeting about you can be religious, and you should tell him that you're like a priestess, like a high priestess of Orad, like way above his station, and that you've been placed here by the church to throw off to examine his role within the Legion. Like you've been sent here from the head of the order in Geneva. Or do you think the horns would give that away?
I mean, there might be a bit of a stretch with the horns.
Okay.
I don't know if... Yeah, I feel like he might have, advantage of figuring that one out with, the horns and the tail.
You should tell him you really like him. Oh, no.
Say less. No, say less. I joined the Legion just to get to Preacher.
No, he would believe that just on the fact that he would like he would like that kind of attention, that somebody's looking up to him.
Ooh, okay, fair enough. I understand. Okay.
He wouldn't
what
even
else?
question it. He would just assume that it was true.
Wow,
How
that...
arrogant do you guys think he is? God damn it. I need to work on this shit.
Okay, so I'm learning a lot about Preacher right now.
Just so you know.
It's funny that you're giving her all this about Preacher, but he's not the one that asked if she was religious. It was Trix.
I know that.
And she gave the right answer of Not really.
Yeah.
Like, good.
So, just, let's see, what else do you need to know about being within command in the Legion? Sparks will be your best friend. If you ever need anything, like emotional support or anything like that, Sparks will be your best friend. Unless you corner her or try to touch her. Don't do either of those things.
Okay, no touching, no cornering. Got it.
Yeah. And if she gets you into a conversation, just be prepared that it's going to go on for a long time.
Okay.
The commander is like a hero out of a storybook. Like the stories my mom used to tell me about. Flaming sword, pure of heart, can convince devils to surrender on the spot. I have seen him talk his way into devils surrendering in front of him. He also has a stick up his ass about lying and cheating people. So if you're gonna do that, don't do it in front of him.
Okay, thanks for the heads up on that one.
Out of character, when did I manage to do that?
When
When you guys were down in the when you guys were down in the bottom level of the Citadel and you convinced two bearded devils to just surrender.
No.
Oh yeah, and Tim, I forgot about that. It's been a while.
All right. Hey, I got it that it added Acid Arrow, and it added +1 to my saves. I think I did it okay.
Nice.
And Psychic's there.
Trix is a little intense. Once okay. Trix gives a shit about nothing. He doesn't care about Grover. He doesn't care about the nobles. He doesn't care, especially Weston. Trix will tell you right off the bat, and I think we mostly all agree with him, that Lord Weston can go fuck himself. But Trix, specifically, does not care about any of the nobles or any of the talking. You're gonna be in a lot of meetings. Let me tell you that as well. But Trix, he hates the meetings. He just wants us to just like kill all of these stupid people and just like get it over with.
Oh.
Yeah. He just thinks we should just line the nobles up and just execute all of them. Well, maybe he doesn't think that. He just thinks that all the talking is stupid and we should just get this over with.
Well, not all of them. I think he does he likes Benton because of how frank they are.
Yes. If you're straightforward with Trix, he'll like you. I'll tell you that right away.
I have no problem with Carmichael or Benton, or Dolan. Dolan was fine.
Andros?
Andros is okay. Like, I don't have strong feelings about Andros or Dolan, but I like Benton and I like Carmichael.
And once he starts talking about his patron or god or whatever it is, like he's really into it.
I see. He's one of those.
Oh yeah. Like I think that if he had the opportunity, he would like be a hardcore cult leader.
What?
Not like
No.
like Captain Preacher is a legit priest of Orad, right? The whole scripture and guiding people and like blessing them, the whole 9 yards. And Trix is just like, do you have time to talk about the fathomless and how the dreamer can make you infinitely powerful, or something like that. I don't know. I usually zone out when he starts talking about it.
Okay, so he's like the fun kind of cult leader, weirdish thing.
I think so. Like I said, once he starts talking about that stuff, I stop paying attention.
Fair enough.
But he's really good in a fight. And especially if you like like creepy, illusory tentacle things?
I don't have much experience with weird tentacle things, but like I'm sure it's very useful.
Typical bard.
Neither did the rest of the party until tricks.
So, let's see. I have no idea about Captain Rocks. She's like brand new. Although she got her entire unit across the desert with no support to get back to Grovair. That's hardcore.
That's very hardcore. She sounds like a badass.
Yeah. I haven't seen her in a fight. But, I mean, the things that happened in the desert were pretty crazy.
Oh, and Agranac.
Agrak's not a commander. Oh, the captain, the commander, he has a bodyguard that follows him around, full on orc. He may or may not try to eat your face off. I'm just kidding.
He'll definitely try to eat your face off.
But he also worships our greatest enemy.
Ooh, that could put some
Worshipped.
dampers on relationships.
Yeah.
But he's the commander's bodyguard, and she puts quotes around bodyguard.
Oh no, there's something going on there. He's legitimately the commander's bodyguard. He will die to protect the commander. I think there's some kind of like life debt or I don't know. Some kind of bond.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Gaz has gotten him to start. Gaz worships this really obscure god from out in the desert, and Gaz has gotten Agranac, his orc bodyguard, to start like reading the scriptures of his forgotten god. There's a lot of god stuff going on in the command units. I don't get it at all.
Yeah, I'm a little confused, but I mean, hey, to each their own, I guess.
It's like a mixed bag of proselytation going on all the time.
Yeah, Broker never mentioned any of this.
He generally didn't hang out with the other commanders except for Sparks.
Okay, this is an interesting thing I got myself into.
Yeah.
But, the pay is really good, so
The pay is
we'll
really
stick it
good.
out.
The pay is really good.
Now that we're getting paid.
Yeah, monies.
Oh god. Yeah, so what do we do next? Now that we have decided that this is the place.
So I am gonna go, since I'm familiar with the owner so well, I'm gonna wave to him like, "Hey, I'm grabbing your decorations from the back," and I'm just gonna head to the back and make myself at home decorating the place.
Okay. Silver's gonna
Handing things, yeah.
order a drink and, quote, supervise. As the lieutenant commander, it is his responsibility to supervise the decorating. In the meantime, what is going on with everybody else?
Gaz, for his part, I think will be getting together Sparks and Preacher. Because there's obviously some animosity there that he needs to address.
Question for the DM. Will Broker have told, after seeing what happened with Preacher and Sparks in front of the commander, will he have told the commander of what happened as a neutral party?
Didn't Sparks ask him not to?
This is like after that.
No, she didn't tell him not to tell. Did she?
I don't remember.
I don't remember telling him not to tell the commander.
But the thing
I feel
is, like
he might have just assumed it was understood not to tell the commander.
Right. Or he might have felt that it was not his place to tell the commander, right? Like, that's what happened between you and Preacher is to be resolved between you and Preacher, or for you
Right.
to take it to the commander, not for him to speak on your behalf, right?
No, yeah, but I'm asking, like, after he saw the outburst that happened
Oh.
in front of the commander, will then he have said anything to the commander?
Well, I think this would have been like after the meeting when Silver and Bliss are going off. Like he would call, Sparks and Preacher.
It's like
back
immediately after the meeting. It's
Yeah.
not. There's no
Okay.
time lapsed. Okay.
Okay.
So Broker could actually be there as well. Since
true.
he would be like, okay, I know what this is going to be about, so I'm going to do my...
Yeah, that's fine. He could be there.
Okay. What exactly happened with that? Sparks, I've never... Well, not never, but it's been a very long while since I've seen you that agitated at an idea.
And
I just
Preacher will
think-
just slowly cross his arms.
I just think that having Preacher as a lieutenant commander is a big mistake. He is not qualified to listen to other people.
And you were basing that on what exactly? I mean, as I said, obviously it sounds like this goes deeper than just that. Did something happen that I should be aware of?
Yes, Sparks.
Yes, he wanted to talk to me about what happened in the archives, and he basically didn't want to speak with me as I am. He wanted to,
Ah,
yeah.
So you do know.
Commander,
after I became commander, yes.
essentially, from Preacher's point of view, he was confronting Sparks about her secret because he felt that her not sharing the truth about her secret with all of the captains put us in a position where her secret made us vulnerable, and he tried to force as much of the truth out of her as he possibly could. And Captain Sparks felt that it was not his business, nor the right way for him to go about trying to find out more about who she is and why she hides her appearance. Captain Preacher seemed to take it upon himself to believe that it is his responsibility to know every secret within the Legion in order to protect us from having outside sources use those secrets against the Legion. I think that accurately covers what happened.
Yeah, basically he wants to know the secrets, but at the same time argues that the more people that knows the secrets, the more dangerous.
And why wasn't I brought in on any of this prior to now?
I didn't feel that it was my place to speak for either of them.
Fair point.
I chose not to speak of the matter because I didn't know if you had been aware of her true nature or not.
Fair enough.
And if you
Spark?
hadn't, it wasn't my place.
On my part, you already have enough things on your plate, and I just wanted this to honestly be over. As a captain, he has no authority over me. We are on the same page. And his whole argument against me is that no other people should know about stuff. So,
Okay.
And what specifically is your concern, Sparks. Sorry, I keep doing that. What specifically is your concern, Sparks, if I was to be made Lieutenant Commander? What do you think, what are you scared that I would ask or demand of you?
we are on the same level, and you came into my room and demanded for me something that I was not good. I told you we could have talked about it, but you were demanding stuff when you have no right of demanding anything at all. You listened to no one. You didn't ask about my family. You demanded to know about my family. You don't want to know people. You just want to preach over them. You listen to no one and nothing but yourself. And it's been the same for everybody else. When we were down in the archives, did you listen to the ghost? No. You demanded information. Like she was just a tool to be used.
She
We
was.
she was someone that was in pain, but you listened to nothing to what her she was saying. And when we went into a bind and Agronak was down, you ordered me to basically fireball the entire archives because we were getting surrounded, or actually you were getting surrounded by spiders. That would have makes the problem so much worse. I don't trust you
Pre-
as a lieutenant commander.
Preacher, at that, Preacher actually visibly recoils and looks down at the table. Because you don't know what it's like. My abilities come with a cost, Sparks. I feel things, sense things. Have you ever been linked to another human being and watched their life leave them? Watch the blackness encompass their being? I have.
And
I
is
felt
that your
that.
excuse for being an asshole?
I I felt that when Agrinak fell unconscious. That is why I did what I did.
Then the more reason for you to not be in a position of power. If your power comes to that cost and you're linked to someone else and that other people goes down, then you're not going to make a rational decision and going to make a situation worse.
Preacher, I will agree with Cap. I will agree with Captain Sparks in regards to you being out of line by trying to by going into her personal quarters and attempting to, from what both she and Trix have described, essentially badger information out of her. You know that was not the proper course of action. I understand your concerns, but those are concerns that you should confront patiently with someone and attempt to understand them, especially when it comes to who they are. Not their actions, not their connections, but who they are. And if I had been brought in earlier, I hope I might have been able to mediate that, but what's done is done. And
Okay.
Sparks, he does have a point regarding that type of sensitive information, because that is unfortunately something that one of the houses could use against us. That is also, however, information that is closely guarded enough that, from the sound of it, actually, yeah, from the sound of it, Agronak only learned by accident, and he only learned by accident, and it was a freak coincidence.
And if you don't think Lord Dolan already knows that she's constantly under an effective disguise, you're a fool.
That is
He might-
entirely possible. But that
He might
could
know
also-
that I'm disclosing something, but he doesn't know what. I
exactly.
could be burned all around. I could be deformed.
He doesn't know the nature of what exactly the enchantment would do, just that the enchantment exists, much as...
And of course, an Archmage being curious has never been a problem.
If I
think that I
could,
manage
know-
manage them.
I know this is my last day as an officer, but Captain Preacher, your intentions and your fears are both valid. I think and I'm sorry if I'm speaking for you, Captain Sparks, but I think her concern is that if you were willing to make demands of someone of equal rank, how would you wield a higher rank in the face of not only the captains but the rest of the Legion? And I think that's something to think about. I'm not saying that she's right or wrong, but I think that's what your fears are, Captain Sparks. Am I right?
You're right.
The commander
Preacher,
balances his authority with his attempts at compassion, I think.
And
Preacher will
unfortunately,
stand
sometimes
up.
it's the detriment to the Legion.
Preacher will stand up from the table and literally come to attention. Captain Sparks, I hereby apologize for my actions that day. I was not in my right mind. And he'll bow formally. I
Gonna
humbly
do
ask
insight?
Insight check.
Yeah.
The battle cry of the Legion.
Yep.
I think you can just tell what you can just share if your intentions are noble or not. I think they are. So
he's being sincere.
But as for Sparks' character's peace of mind. Plus, how many sessions has it been since Insight Check?
quite a while.
The
At least
table,
2?
I think it was. At least 2. It was the table that I cried inside check.
Insight check the tapestry. Since
That's
it tried
true.
to grab-
She did insight check the
Yes,
tapestry.
when
That happened.
When it tried
That
to
was the-
grab, you tried to decide what its intent was for grabbing.
That was the same session as the table, though, so...
Yeah. Preacher, you've been brought up in a city where is a lot of cloaks and daggers. The problem of you being the lieutenant commander is that the lieutenant commander is the bridge between the commander and the rest of the people. You have no people skills.
You may think that, Captain, with regards to you.
Ours to everyone. Broker said had resolved to his path in life, and you came and tell him the city needs you. The heck, dude! Like what? What the heck?
I said that because I didn't want to lose my friend.
I have been friends with him for 10 years. You have been friends with him, what, a month? That's the problem, Preacher, is you only put what you want and what your vision and what you want to see.
Believe that if you will. I know my mind. And if you think, and Captain Sparks, do you really think if I was that bad of a person, Merwin would have accepted me?
The only thing was that that spell could have also been used as if the person believes to be good. You believe yourself to be good. That doesn't make you good.
Let me break in one more time here. Good people can make mistakes too. He's apologized. And just because he acted in a way that was
Unbecoming.
that doesn't make him a bad. That doesn't mean he's not a good. His heart isn't right.
Only referring to
But
what I have seen, not only with me.
you may believe what you will, Captain Sparks. I know my mind. But it's obvious that it's not going to be changed here and now. And with that, Preacher stands up and he will leave.
And Sparks. This is after he has left. Last night, he took me out to a soup kitchen in one of the districts neighboring House Dolan. Incognito. We actually had to kind of sneak our way in by posing as apparently priests being punished, because apparently almost no one at that particular soup kitchen does so out of choice. It's usually as penance for some wrong or other they've committed within the church. And, well, you said yourself that he's been raised in this environment his entire life. And unfortunately, it's also a deeply cynical one. When you contrast that with his faith in Orad, that has to be a hard thing to try and pair. Especially when he is trying to look out for the interests of the Legion. Were it just between the two of you, I don't think he would have any issue at all regarding that particular secret. It's his issue, it's, from what I can tell, is primarily regarding how that secret can affect the Legion as a whole.
Okay.
And as Trix pointed out, that is not an unfounded concern, given the machinations at work within this city.
Yes. I know what my secret can cost to the Legion. I know it since the first day that the commander came to my parents' house.
And this is not actually in regards to your secret I'm talking about here. I'm trying to help you understand his perspective better. Not to condone it, not to approve it, not to even make you apologize over dressing him down like that, because it was a warranted dressing down. But to help you understand that this is his mindset. This is where he is coming from, and unfortunately that sort of mindset, especially one that has occurred from the day he was born in the city, is not going to change overnight. Any further concerns, though, feel free to bring them up with me.
Yes, it is true that we carry our environments with ourselves, but that's also a choice. Roker was brought up in the same city and he's different.
But in a different environment within that city. Unlike say my village out in the countryside, or well, actually, Ravenreach would be a comparable example. The way you were brought up is not the way everyone in Ravenreach was brought up.
But that was also a choice, Gus.
Sometimes the environment inflicts that choice upon us.
But he's an adult. He's not a child.
No. But coming back into the old environment may very well be changing his mindset back to fit that environment. Similar to how you were when returning home. When dealing with those in the Legion, you are fairly open, but do keep people at literal arm's length. But when you were at home, you were much more... I'm trying to think of the right word. Like cheerful, joyous, just very much open, and absolutely fawning over your parents. And I'm sure the same would have been if you had encountered friends within Ravenreach that happened to be in the area. That you would have shown a different side to yourself than you've shown within the Legion, and that's perfectly fine. But I think at least part of it is the fact that we are dealing with the noble houses, who are very much skullduggery. We've seen that dirty play from House Weston, and from Preacher's experience, I think that he is anticipating similar tricks from other houses, regardless of what front they give to us.
You want to give him more power?
Given what you've told me, no. Prior to that, I thought he was a fairly good fit. So as to the Lieutenant Commander, honestly, Silver may very well be the best bet then.
Spark smiles at that.
Because Rox was only recently promoted. Captain Trix,
he will try to.
He's far too
spread the word.
He's far too self-interested to be an effective commander, and you despise being put in the spotlight, and you have a major secret, whereas my secrets are kept rather openly. I'm an open-to-read book. And Silver is similar, I think. And he definitely puts the Legion first and foremost, above all else, as I have tried to do.
Sparks will just...
So unless you're volunteering for Lieutenant Commandership...
If Silver doesn't want the position, I will take the position. Until someone else is better. If he doesn't want the position, then I'll take it.
Understood. And with that, I believe we've got a busy day so we can enjoy the night and the party.
Speaking of that, are you actually going to drink this time?
Funny enough, no. I saw how... Well, I'll put it this way. My mother could knock quite a few back, and she could get rather rambunctious when she did so. My father did his best, but there's only so much that he could do against an orc warrioress.
Eventually,
Yeah.
you make your way. Well, considering that all of the other captains have been in here, Trix, do you make your way over to the porthole early, or do you spend some time doing things around the Citadel?
I am probably going to spend some time. Um, I've been waiting to ask Captain Gaz a question, Commander Gaz a question.
Ah,
So he was kind of trying to hang around for that, but it seemed like it may not happen, so he may hold off.
yeah. Eventually, Preacher left the room, and Sparks was still in there with Gaz.
Yeah,
Well, he'd be able to find Gaz in his quarters later, like
Yeah.
midday or so, or well in the lunch line sort of thing.
but yeah, I mean, he. I guess he would probably head over at some point
Okay,
out of sheer curiosity. I don't get the impression that he's a big drinker.
understood. Bliss, what does this? What do the decorations entail when Captain Trix walks into this bar?
So the decorations are mostly like from random holiday events. So it's just a mash of different like Orden holidays, different kind of like sayings and symbols that would represent like different holidays, pretty much. That she thought looked pretty. So, but it looks like a chaotic mess, but like a very nice chaotic mess.
So Trix, there are decorations from a bunch of different feasts and festivals of the Valkyrian pantheon, none of which you really are familiar with because you're from the other side of the world essentially. So it's just decorated in this mismatch of things.
Is it a holiday?
No, but it's what I had to work with, and that she finished decorating, so she was probably having a drink with Silver now.
Yeah, Silver's probably had two by now. And is Captain Trix. I see you've discovered the eclectic nature of the decorations.
I just assumed that perhaps had very garish holidays.
I think that's a safe assumption, but I'm pretty sure that Bliss decorated it like this for some sense of festivities tonight.
Do you guys not party like this usually?
We haven't had a party in like 10 years.
Then
We've
I
been in
am
the
so
desert for
glad I
10
did
years.
this.
Sure, I don't really drink.
I mean, well, there's food too if you don't drink. Don't worry. I think
It makes my head feel like it's swimming.
Don't you like that?
I like when all of me is, not one specific part.
Yeah, I never took you for like the dry type.
That's probably all the time I spend in the water.
Did you know that Trix can talk to fish?
Oh shit! Really?
I can talk to anything that breathes underwater.
Sounds like such a cool party trick. If I go get like a fish from a pet store, would you talk to it?
No, because it would say, "Help, I'm suffocating."
Oh, maybe not so fun at parties actually.
Yeah, but it's really fun when it comes to harassing nobles.
A party trick? You mean something that would shock someone?
Yeah, like in a fun way. And now she's kind of like looking at him like very suspicious.
Oh,
We were trying to come up with a good lie for Bliss to tell Preacher to see if he would catch it.
that his god is really great and cool?
All right. Well, you know what? Try that one. Actually, he probably would just
go with it because
just take
he
it on
thinks that's
faith.
true?
I don't know. If Trick said it, he definitely wouldn't take it at face value.
I can just speak with animals as well. I can also walk on the ceiling. Are those party tricks?
The stealing one would be. I wonder, could you like walk on the ceiling and like try and pour drinks for like people?
This would be the perfect time for like control water.
He can control water, but not in a way that you want him to.
Nope.
He can control it into a humanoid form that can attack things.
But
Out
can
of
it
character,
juggle?
is this?
What's that?
Out of character, is this party going to be a private function, or are we kind of? Because it would also make sense to also have it open to the public, where it could kind of be a meet and greet with the commanders of the Legion.
Yeah, I don't know that. I mean,
It isn't one of our
just
controlled
commandeered
districts. At
it.
least.
She just commandeered it, so it's like.
Okay, so it'll probably be open to the public then. Awesome.
She
would
basically
actually
just
be
walked
Gav's
in and
preference.
told the owner that we're having a party.
Okay. So yeah, he'll probably still be open for regular business then.
What's that?
Uh-oh.
Did you just say you have an idea?
Yes,
Those
I
are the-
have an idea.
As a DM, those are my favorite words to hear a player say. By the way. Continue.
Sometimes it's worked out.
Continue.
As I said, I don't drink. This is something that Commander Preacher knows. Tell him that the inn is haunted.
Won't he be able to just, like, sense for undead?
No, that's something Commander Gaz can do. But if his drink were to levitate away, that might convince him. You know, perhaps like this. And I turn invisible and just grab a drink and walk away with it.
All right.
I understand humor. My name is Trix.
I don't think that's why you're...
I am very good at joking.
It's true. Usually, it's more sarcastic and kind of pokey.
Dry.
Which is odd considering his patron, but
Eventually, the rest
just-
of you will meander in at whatever intervals.
He's not into partying, he's more into deep conversations.
Oh, yes.
1 second.
Topaz and Captain Card will definitely come to the party, and Broker will probably come along when they do. You'll roll in 4 deep. Because of the previous conversation, I don't know if I said it, but Sparks and Preacher can both have inspiration for that stuff.
yeah, out of character. Yeah, Preacher has PTSD. If you haven't figured it out yet.
Yes. He is paranoid and has PTSD.
Gaz would probably come along with Broker.
Okay. Eventually, the other commanders, the other captains roll in. The commander comes in, and along with Sparks and Gaz and Broker Bliss, there is a there's a deeply crimson tiefling with a well manicured goatee, like waxed mustaches, long coat, and he walks with the sway of a man who has spent all of his life aboard a vessel. And alongside him is kind of a tan-skinned, tattooed, old blind man who seems to constantly have dust falling off of his shoulders, and who is kind of talking in a very like familiar manner with Broker.
Bliss is just taking it in this group because she knows like Broker's mentioned and talked and like she has interesting people, but just seeing this group walk into a bar and she's just wondering for a moment, just like what the hell.
Walking up, Captain Card is speaking with Sparks. We have yet to have that meal that I was promised before leaving the city.
I haven't forgotten. I just had my first day off in 10 years. That sounds sad. But I will get another day off before 10 years. I promise that.
I thought we had some days off in Ravenreach, though.
You had a few days off in Ravenreach, but you ended up using that to chase
Werewolf.
a werewolf.
Well, that was only a few of us. I think, yeah, Sparks was able to just commiserate with her parents that night.
That's true.
Yes. But she had to basically clean the shop, literally clean the shop.
Yeah, I don't know if that would be considered a day off when she was helping console her parents over a robbery and kidnapping.
These poor people. Since she kind of got that feel that they need a vacation, she immediately like picked up a tray of drinks and is handing them out to everyone and not taking no for an answer.
What's this?
Just drink. That's all you need to know, really.
Captain Card will take a drink off the tray, but considering that you are serving drinks on a platter, he will assume that you're part of the staff and continue his conversation with Sparks. Well, I do not wish to wait 10 years to eat, so hopefully you will, in fact, have a day off again soon. I need meals more often than that.
At that comment, Sparks will turn to guys. I'm requesting a day off in the next few days. I will have it by your desk on tomorrow.
Might have to wait till the end of the week simply because of the current maneuvers on Weston. Unfortunately.
I can wait a few weeks. But I cannot promise I won't be particularly hungry.
It's not like he's got a ship to go anywhere. Oh, wait.
Preacher, do you roll... Are you coming to the party?
Someone has to hold down the fort.
No, that'll be Rox, I think. Yeah, Rox volunteered.
Is he skipping, though?
If he doesn't come... He might be skipping the party.
That's fine.
He's
Oh,
probably...
The decision is yours.
He has a lot on his mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
He might be fashionably late.
Captain Card will excuse himself and walk up to Trix. So, I heard a little bit through rumors about um, your your stay at Chateau Weston, I guess.
Yes, I wanted to talk to the captain about that. If we're not going to arrest him right away, I thought I could steal the ship and give it to you.
I like what your thinking is. I was going to ask if you had sunk any of his vessels lately, as that would be an occasion I would find equally worth celebrating, if not more so than the departure of our friend here.
Ruined the masthead on it, but I could just grab another ship if you'd prefer.
Mastheads can be replaced.
Yes, I damaged it with a lot of barnacles. 2 half-orcs died because of it, and I feel kind of bad about that, especially because it upset the captain.
That is unfortunate. Do you think, being that you have spent time in Halrian and also at sea, do you think the ship could be fitted to sail dunes?
No, if the deserts require any special engineering, it's more magical, I would assume. And the Captain Weston is a pompous jackass, so his ships are all well equipped. So if it's a durability issue, I assure you, he probably has some of the best.
Ah,
He seems the type. And of course squanders them.
well. Then, if you would like to provide such a lavish gift for a man of the world such as myself, I would humbly accept the offer and sell it as far away from Grover as tieflingly possible.
Do it in a heartbeat. Only to hear the outrage ring out from his entire quarter. But I have to make sure that the captain's okay with it first. There may be a time when the captain will allow me.
Well, you should speak with Gaz. He can be very understanding man, and he may grant your request. At least I certainly hope he will. Obviously, because it will be of benefit to me, but also to you. Humiliating Weston by just simply taking his flagship out from under his feet would be, I think, enjoyable for everyone in the city at this point.
So as well. How hard mastheads ought to remove. I think it would be extra insulting to leave it.
I would agree with that assessment.
And
They took my ship and all they left me was the masthead. Really? Like stealing a car and leaving the hood ornament.
your who is it that will be replacing your retiring captain here?
I believe it's the very, very pink woman passing out drinks.
The serving girl. The Legion has the Legion is desperate for recruits, are they not?
I think she's more just enthusiastic about everyone having a good time. She's heard that we don't often do this.
You don't. And I think that is a good thing for the Legion to have in their midst. Sometimes you need to let your proverbial hair down.
Now, the last time that I really let loose, I was framed for murder.
I could see why you would have your reservations.
He does do that awkward smile that I just did, like, funny, right?
I must tell you, you are far more entertaining at parties than I would have expected.
Go ask Kaz about your ship. Pardon me. There are a lot of people in here.
I will go introduce myself to the new captain.
He starts walking up the wall to get to Captain Gaz quicker.
So does he get an inspiration point from that conversation?
Yeah, absolutely he does.
I already had one.
Oh,
Yeah. I know the pain.
That is the battle cry of my players, is, hey, have an inspiration point. I already have one!
But yeah, he's like, if anyone looks at him and goes, don't worry, I've been knighted.
Well, I'm currently lacking one. Anyway.
Oh, don't beg. It's not becoming of a commander.
Oh.
Captain Card will walk up to Bliss. So you're not a serving girl?
Not anymore, no.
Ah, I knew it. I could tell by the way you carried the tray that you had experience.
I am a girl of many professions.
And as I am a captain of many myself. Captain Card, at your service. I was the captain of the Spade, the Devil's Spade. But unfortunately that ship blew up here in the harbor of Grovair because fuck this city and all the people who run it.
Fair enough. That is definitely something to drink to, and she will raise her drink and down it.
And he will do the same. So, it is very unusual for me to find 3 tieflings in the same room, never mind within the same circle of friendship.
Yeah, it was definitely surprising when I showed up to find Lieutenant Commander as a tiefling.
He looks. They made Silver Lieutenant Commander.
Apparently, I think it's still up in the air.
They are getting desperate. Tell me, girl, have you ever been to the Halarian Desert?
I have not.
So then you are new to the Legion.
Yes.
Let me tell you about the City of the Sun.
I would love to hear.
He'll pull you aside to start telling you about this city just for tieflings. Trix approaches Gaz on the ceiling.
So presumably Gaz is like on a stairwell then.
I mean, if this is a 10-foot tall room and Trix is like standing on the ceiling facing down and you're on the floor, you probably are at eye level just from opposite positions.
Can't say I expected to see this.
I can get off the ceiling if that would be less strange.
I think there's a nearby wall here. That way you can just get off the wall.
Works better. I needed to talk to you about something. I may have made a promise to someone, and I need your permission to keep it.
Who and what?
I promised Captain Card a ship.
Okay.
I know where there are some ships in Grovair.
There are plenty of ships in Grovair. I'm assuming you had a particular set in mind.
I have one in mind, but it's really dependent on how difficult it is to remove a masthead quickly. Otherwise, any other one of his ships is fine.
As much as I do appreciate the sentiment, that I believe does belong to Grover's Navy, not just House Weston. Officially. House Weston is in control of the Navy, but yeah. That
Wouldn't his flagship be his own personal ship?
I genuinely have no idea. We might have to ask Preacher regarding that. Since we can't exactly go to another house.
I know a lot about the oceans, but not what goes on sitting on top of them.
Would it be a history check, or what the hell would that be to try figuring that one out?
There's no knowledge. There's no like profession sailor anymore or anything like that.
Well, I meant in terms of like.
There's no intelligence. There's no intelligence parentheses Groverian bureaucracy. Like,
yeah. I think the flagship would still be considered the
Groverian maritime property laws.
You're right. You do need Preacher. We should just change his name to Litigator.
I'm going to work off the assumption that it is the property of Grover itself. Like, I'm assuming that, say Lord Weston retires, he would not keep the ship after that retirement. Since it is staffed by Grover's Navy.
So what you're saying is I have to do research to see if he has a personal vessel.
That will work.
The commander just warranted, just gave sanction to steal someone's personal property.
He may not have seen it like that, but that may be how it was interpreted, yes.
Yeah, that probably is where that... there probably was a bit of a disconnect there as he was saying it and didn't connect the dots quickly enough.
Oh, God, you can have an inspiration point for that.
Me or him?
Yeah, you.
Well. I've been leaving it up to Broca, but perhaps I can find out things through the Cedia elements. Actually,
you can talk to Bliss, I think. She is going to be taking over for him, so...
I do find... Bliss may know, but I do find that showing the scar on my arm that you get branded with from being in Ebon Rock Deeps is a good way of showing that you're one of them.
Well, just be cautious, I suppose. Now, I believe it's time to actually get the festivities started, officially. We've got a good lead number here.
Is Preacher coming? I was going to pretend to be a ghost. Another promise. I do like being a man of my word.
He didn't come along with me and Broker. But, yeah, Gaz would probably get up on one of the tables near the far wall from the door and make a proclamation about how this is a night to honor the retiring Lieutenant Commander of the Legion. And kind of, bring up Lieutenant Commander Broker onto the table. Provided there's enough room.
Broker will try to wave you off until you force him onto the table, and then...
Or a bard stage, if there's one available.
Sure, he will reluctantly do as you direct. What, do you want me to give some kind of speech?
No, just wanted to embarrass you a little bit by getting all mushy.
So you're going to give a speech.
Exactly. I know you're uncomfortable with them, so figure each of us play to our strengths.
Do I have to stand up here for the whole thing? Because I've had a couple of drinks and my legs might get wobbly.
Are we on a table, or is there like a stage where the bards can be?
It's a bard stage.
Okay, that'll work better then. So, yeah, you just gotta stand up here for the entire thing. Or, actually, we can get the man a chair.
Welcome to the 53rd annual Fire Scroll Roast at the Porthole.
No, nowhere near like that. But Gaz would give a genuinely heartfelt speech about how much Broker has helped with the Legion since the troubles in the desert, and been a loyal soldier all throughout, put his talents to good use, and that he will be sorely missed, but his time is more than well deserved.
He will.
Now, go ahead.
Broker will just kind of like give an embarrassed thanks and shake the hand or hug Gaz at the conclusion of the speech and wave off any kind of like accolades anybody gives and step down from the stage. You're still up there on the stage and you say,
Well, and I would also like to introduce our new captain and motion for her to join him on stage.
Bliss has been drinking all throughout the story that they were telling about the city. And then she hears her name and she's like, wait, what?
Captain Bliss, report for duty. And kind of waving her up to the stage.
She will confidently walk to the stage like she did not just have too many drinks.
Give me a Constitution save.
Actually, funny enough, just a second here. Where the hell is that? Well, you get a plus, let's see, charisma modifier, a +4 on that. Doesn't say it has to be in combat.
Nope.
Roll the 1. You immediately keel over and vomit.
Well, we'll see.
Well, Gas can do enough athletics to help her up onto the stage, too.
I just want to see if she gets up from the stool and gets to the stage fine.
I think she'd be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, 19's fine. You climb up to the stage with Gaz.
This is Captain Bliss. Another Groverian born and raised.
There's some clapping and cheering in response as Bliss is introduced. Bliss, what's your response to the introduction?
She will cheer back at everyone like, yeah, let's go!
And I believe you mentioned you are a bard, correct?
I don't know if it was directly mentioned, but it was strongly assumed.
I'm trying to... Let's see.
Play something!
She plays WAP on her flute.
Gaz, as somebody starts shouting that and you're standing up there with Bliss introducing her, there is the sudden... there was a sudden crashing sound. A shattering sound. A window nearest to the stage explodes inward. And a large, rough-hewn metal coin clatters onto the stage in front of you with the symbol of Thundermaw on it. The same one that was found on Card's ship before it exploded. The same one that you received in a letter at the Citadel only days before. And now it has landed at your feet on the stage. And Captain Card yells, "Everyone take cover!" And we'll end it there for tonight.
I knew it.
One party.
I knew it.
Now Bliss knows why the Legion doesn't party.
Vigilance.
And I was saying I knew it in regards to that being the cliffhanger, not I knew it in regards to...
Oh, I know.
I have no idea.
I knew what you meant.
I have no idea whether it'll actually result in an explosion, although it's not a bad assumption.
Neither does Captain Card, but he's only seen that thing one other time.
Yeah. And it wasn't like I informed him, like, oh, we found this by the door at the Citadel.
Yeah. But I hope that you all had fun. We can do some favorite moments. We'll just go through, do them as usual. You in the chat, if you would like to share your favorite moments, please do so. And share with, if you're going to share for one, please try to share for each. Gaz, Stu, favorite Gaz moment for tonight?
Probably the attempt at diffusing the tensions between Sparks and Preacher.
I would agree. I would agree with that. Others? Favorite Gaz moments?
I like the him and Broker moments throughout it, like during the first time where he's like, I'm leaving, and then just now when you were trying to celebrate him. I think that was very like nice as a commander to just kind of show off.
I really liked him talking to Trix and basically giving him the okay to steal a ship when Sparks had to make a persuasion roll to make a kind of legitimate business with Captain Card.
Hey, I have to do my homework first. I don't get to have all the fun. I gotta do my homework first.
And that was more of Gaz having a slip of the tongue. I think if he's actually like, hey, I'm going to go do this now, Gaz would be like, whoa, hold up.
Aside from that, though, Gaz is probably also thinking, like, you know what, we do owe Captain Card since we're almost a direct cause of why his ship was targeted. And a powerful artifact was taken from it. Oh, and actually, I completely forgot the... Well, actually, I'll save that for later.
Okay.
Yeah, I liked the interaction. As tense as it was, I liked the whole interaction. I think with Preacher, Sparks, and Gaz.
I agree.
I think that was my favorite from all three of them. So
Nice. One of my favorite Gaz moments, actually, was just seeing his background. How like naturally, Stu, you like slip parts of his background and history into conversation, like the anecdote about why you don't drink, when it came to like your interaction between your parents, and also like finding the bard stage and pulling people up on stage is something you probably like gleaned off of your dad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I like.
He was definitely like master of festivals for the village sort of thing.
Yeah, I really appreciated that. We'll go to why don't we go to Dio, favorite Sparks moment?
Whole discussion, especially at the beginning, how she just lost it when Gaz said like he was promoting Preacher, because I've been thinking about what will happen if Preacher got into power and how Sparks will react, and I think, yeah, that's exactly how she will react.
I think that was my favorite, seeing Sparks blow up. I was like, oh.
Yeah, the initial outburst, definitely.
Yep. I enjoyed Sparks's conversation with Silver about like her concern, and the practical advice of, well, Preacher has sending. It was. I really appreciated all of that. Also, David said for Gaz casting Ascending to his father and asking for advice on how to deal with the nobility of Grovair, which I realize now that I did not respond to you.
It's all right.
Other Sparks moments? I think the outburst was the big thing, right?
Yeah.
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 That kind of overshadowed everything else,
did.
although the conversation that ensued afterward.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
Sparks shutting down Preacher's grandstanding of, I'd never give you an order you'd be uncomfortable with by snapping, you already have.
He wasn't giving her an order.
It felt like it to her.
Yes. Again, perspectives, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is what Gaz was trying to come at that angle with, and I'm not sure how well that actually worked in character.
Broker was trying to do the same thing.
Yeah.
John, favorite Preacher moment?
Just that whole conversation, that me dropping that nugget, like, yeah, he had Preacher. I deliberately had Preacher call for that whole burning thing after Aganac dropped because of that interaction with his ability and the fact that he's been doing this for years now. It's just been
protecting people with that ability and feeling like sharing the shared pain experience.
Yeah. And so, like, he panicked when Agranac dropped. And that was his whole mindset going into that conversation. He wasn't his usual calm, collected self.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Which is something we really haven't seen.
No.
Yeah.
Others? Favorite Preacher moment? I know Adam already said the whole conversation between the three of you was his favorite for all three.
Yeah.
I think that was handled really well. There's a lot of good role playing there. Just in general.
Agreed.
Yeah, enjoy Preacher's perspective, and I think also the scene where he takes Gas to the soup kitchen, because it shows also like how he tries to convey his perspective to someone else, and also how I also enjoy how Gas took the entire thing too.
I enjoyed the soup kitchen moment. I enjoyed the initiative of it, of being like, I need to talk to Gaz. I want to go do this thing with Gaz. I appreciated you having this moment where it was a character moment between the two of you, and the thought of like, we don't want people to know who we are while we do this, so we need to dress like we're like not who we are. Yeah.
Yeah. Because like I can't just I mean, I could probably just show up just like as a generic cleric giving a bullshit excuse. Gaz, not so much.
Sure. Convincing Gaz to lie.
Yeah. But yeah, just like Preachers just of the mind, it's like, you want to fight for the common man. What do you actually know of the common man in the city? And you should spend some time here just to familiarize yourself with them.
Mm-hmm.
And out of character, Gaz was also feeling that was a little redundant considering our work with the refugees within the Citadel. Because that wasn't necessarily common man, but it was people in dire straits that the city had just kind of abandoned.
So Gaz is like, I get the point.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but also I dropped a little tidbit about like because like I view the organization of the church, because it's brought up within the game, because the leader of the church is one of the biggest players of the game. It's all about power.
Yep.
Yeah.
For the Church of Grovair.
Yes. In fact, the Church of Grover, the main cathedral of Grover, is a polytheistic cathedral, unlike the other cities where each of the gods generally has their own temple. In Grover, the primary place of worship worships the entire pantheon of Valkyrian gods in a single house of worship.
Yeah, and so all the power is concentrated in one place.
Yep.
And Gaz was because I was pointing out like in the Twitch chat that part of that disconnect comes from just it's the organized part, not so much the religion part, because we saw that one priest in I think zone or district 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's where we encountered the one priest who runs just a little shrine and mentioned to us like, hey, a lot of people have been going missing in this area. Can you help us out? I don't have the resources.
Yeah. I mean, and like Preacher said, his mentor had a name for people who were genuinely courteous and giving and been willing to help regardless of the cost themselves. Fools.
Genuinely altruistic.
Yeah.
Yeah, because genuine altruism, it's like Lord Helmut said, evil will triumph because good is dumb. Altruism is extremely predictable. And
in the city of Grover.
Gets you killed.
In the city of Grover.
Yeah.
A wretched hive of scum and villainy.
And Preacher's whole mindset with the whole with the Spark conversation is that this needs to be done for survival because you either know everything or you get killed by what you don't know.
Which is where, that's where he's coming from, and Sparks is coming from a different direction, and both Gaz and Broker were trying to kind of like, okay, you both have valid points here, but yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah, like I delivered Preacher's reaction to that whole thing was designed. Maybe not designed to create purposeful drama and turmoil within the group, but that's given what happened to him during the course of the day and his mindset. It
was great. It created such great role-playing moments, right? Because like having party tension isn't necessarily bad, especially when both members of the party want what's best for the party, but their interpretation of what that is different, right? And how to go about dealing with those interpretations of those things are also different. It doesn't mean that you're doing something. It's not PvP, right? Or it's not something to like just be a dick. Like Preacher's perspective is one way, and Sparks' perspective is another way, and Preacher's perspective might be right, but the way he went about it may have been wrong. While on the other side, you have Sparks who thinks that not only is your perspective wrong, but also your tactics are wrong, and you're just wrong. And not only are you wrong, but like this is not something a good person would do, right? So it creates this like tension because it's not because two party members are against each other, it's because they both want the same thing, but are going about it differently, right?
And in Preacher's mind, from his perspective, he's probably a shining beacon of sainthood amongst the clerics and priests within the city, because like he knows full well of all the machinations of the game, and there's a reason why he was with the Legion in the desert and not there.
Right. Yep.
And we did
Go ahead.
We did have a Preacher moment in the chat.
Yeah, I was going to read that. David said, Preacher trying to explain that he's emotionally distant because his powers mean he's literally felt people die, like Jean Grey style. And yet, if Preacher believes... that was a comment on what I said. But Merwin's standards.
Meant to be bi, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, Preacher doesn't care about ruling. He doesn't care about command. He doesn't care about attaining power. He just wants to survive. And like I said earlier, survival is usually requires selfish actions.
Preacher is right. I get Preacher's perspective. I don't think that Preacher is a. I don't think that Preacher is not.
Good.
I don't think that Preacher's intentions are impure. Like, I think he has pure intentions. It's just that he has experienced pain in such a way that, like, survival occasionally overrides his ability to, see things from other people's perspectives. I think.
Yeah. And especially since he's back in the city and back into that back into that mindset that, like, because especially so with all this stuff going on, like, the pressure's on him more than it's been at any other point in the past. But I digress.
Kind of like but is it really?
Right.
Well, we have been relying on him in terms of, okay, what's this house like? What's this house like? How should we deal with this house?
Right.
Yeah, but you're relying on him on, like, what information can you provide me? But at the end of the day, the ones who have who have to shoulder that are the lieutenant and the commander, because he's just giving his opinion on what's going on.
Now, Bliss, I believe, right?
Yes.
Do we do tricks?
We didn't. We can do tricks first. Let's do tricks first. Adam, favorite tricks moment?
Enjoyed getting to interact with the master again. That was a lot of fun.
Sweet. I enjoy bringing patrons into situations. all my warlocks can tell you that.
Yeah, it's so much fun.
Yeah, I
just being the goodest boy to your warlock patron.
the thing about warlocks that's so much fun, depending on what their patron is, right, is that, like, it is a bargain for power. There are some patrons who are benevolent, and there are some patrons who are not.
I enjoy not only tricks talking to the patron, but also talking to the other acolytes and basically saying, "See, guys, this is what my pyramid schemes can give you. I got an A."
Yeah, I definitely liked seeing him interact with them as well. But I also enjoyed when this was like, oh, if I get you a fish, you could talk to it. And immediately he's like, that fish would be crying for help. And you're like, oh, okay.
Well, in his mind, you just walked up with a fish. Like, he didn't think of, like... Immediately I was like, oh, she probably meant, like, in a bag of water or a tank. But in Trix's mind, you were just walking up to him with a fish, like, what does the fish say? Like, I'm dying?
Oh, God.
For me, it had to be that whole interaction with Captain Card, and then the, oh shit, the commander actually approved this.
He did.
I enjoyed the very pointed question in the interview. Straight up, are you religious? Like, that's all he wanted to know.
I feel like HR, you could get in some trouble with that question.
Good thing we don't have HR.
I thought Sparks was HR.
Well, no. Specifically, HR deals with morale, so guess who's technically in charge of HR?
Of course you are. But hey, he doesn't want any power or response. I'm just kidding. Oh, God.
Power or responsibility within the Legion more than I have. That was a very specific statement that I just made.
Yes. David said, Trix lording his patron's gift over the other cultists. One day you too may get such gifts.
Oh man, I wasn't even thinking because you hadn't described the item. Can I retcon something?
Sure.
I give my Rod of the Pack Keeper to Loss.
Your original one.
Yes.
Nice.
Literal pyramid scheme.
Loss will treat it with love and respect.
Yes.
He feels
because
like
I didn't know what it
blessed.
was. I didn't know what it was going to do at the time.
Yes,
so.
that's fair.
I thought you were giving me a rod of tentacles, and I would have been cool with that. But
I should have done that. That would have been awesome. I didn't even think about it. I'm terrible DM.
Oh, you were just like black tentacles. I'm like, I just remember reading that and being like, why would a caster find that cool? I'm like, this caster would find it very cool.
Yeah. It would be on brand.
Yeah.
Any other Trix moments?
Also, that he had the best idea for Preacher. Like, I will come invisible, and he could try to convince him that there's ghosts here.
My name is Trix. I get jokes.
Yeah. super, party guy.
Wild and crazy guy.
Oh, yeah. All that time in prison and then in the desert, worshipping a unfathomable creature of the depths. Makes her a real great party ghost. Emmy, how did you enjoy your first session?
I was so excited. I was so hyped up. I was so ready for just a party and have a good time and get the tea and drama. And it's a great ending to the first session.
What was your favorite Bliss moment?
It probably interacting, which is also one of my favorite DMM moments, interacting with Silver and having him spill the tea on everything. It was very helpful and fun.
I just thought, I've been a trainer at a job, right? Like, I've been in that position, and I just thought to myself, if you had to, if you're like, okay, you're the new manager, let me tell you what you're going to be dealing with when you're working with the other managers, because you probably want to know what you're in for.
Just like my description. Yo, Trix is crazy.
Anybody else favorite Bliss moments from tonight?
Setting up the party.
Yeah, taking the initiative to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was overdue. You guys needed a party. I mean, it's ruined, but we tried.
We don't know if it's ruined. We don't know if that's going to explode. That'll be my first question next week is that magical?
I thought you were going to say that would be my first question next week. Does it explode?
No. Just I'm going to see, is it magical? And then if it's magical, then it's, yeah, everyone get down.
Yeah, Trix is going to be a very handy one on that one.
Everyone get down. There's nothing magical about it. Oh, then I guess dance? I don't know.
Of course, just because it's not magical doesn't mean there might not be some sort of trap here.
Somebody threw it.
Anyway.
It didn't get through the window by itself.
Yep. Like I said.
Other Bliss moments around the table?
I did really enjoy her interaction with Silver. It was really fun. And also, not only when he was telling her everything about the commanders, but also her answer about her mom, that she has mom issues.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that interaction.
Yeah, I was gonna say I really liked the. Well, guess what? You're being interviewed by the Legion right now. You're being interviewed by our characters.
Not out of character, in character.
Yeah, that was definitely something. I was like, oh, okay. Real interview answers. What the hell?
So where do you see yourself in 5 years? Hopefully not dead from Thundermaw. Good answer.
I would
Well,
prefer
given the
not
events
to
of
be
tonight-
slowly digested by a dragon.
Well, given. Oh, I was going to say, given the events of tonight, that might be a very short violation. Since she's on the stage with me as that thing came through the window.
Is that the most different introduction for a character that you've had?
I have never been interviewed by other characters. This has been a first. It's usually a tavern meeting, like a tavern party, but I guess a job interview is cool too.
Just so you know, that Gaz and Sparks, their first adventure with this party was being a level 5 character that got attacked by an ancient blue dragon. So, like, that there was that, and
I'll take the interview.
yeah.
I don't know. I think Sparks will have to be interviewed by the dragon.
Yes,
Yeah, we knew that we would lose the battle. We did not know the how, though.
that's true.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and Bliss is completely. Yeah, she doesn't know a thing about Thundermaw.
I don't know
think.
anything. I don't think. Nope. Croaker.
You probably know, you probably know a little bit about, what's going on in Grove Air and what the deal is with the desert and the dragon, because I'm sure you would be informed of some things when you came on board.
Yeah.
Feel free to ask in the general chat on Discord what information the players think that Bliss would know coming into things.
I mean, you would probably know about the dragon, but if we say Thundermaw, you might be like, who's that? And we'll be like, the dragon. You'll be like, oh, the dragon's name is Thundermaw. It might be one of those things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if the name gets bandied around too much.
Yeah, that's true.
But there's probably a lot of talk in the Legion about the dragon that some of them survived.
Yeah. Hey guys, remember that time that we almost got killed by a dragon? Dragons don't exist.
Oh, that's where you're wrong, mon frere.
Mm-hmm. You go around telling people the Legion almost got killed by a dragon in the desert, and people tell you you're delusional. There are no dragons.
Oh yeah, I've heard about mirages.
So the Legion went to the desert and then went crazy. Understood. David said how readily Bliss got on board with the plan to pull a prank on Preacher.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
I appreciated just Bliss's enthusiasm. She's not
peppiness.
yet the rest of the party has been like I said, the rest of the party have all been in these hardcore major battles in the desert and have been together, they have lived the soldier life for 10 years. And Bliss is like, hey guys, I'm the chick from town who just wants to have fun and make everybody smile. Can't we all just have a party and
We're finding out quickly the answer to that question.
Sure, if you want to get blown up.
I think
Well, we
it'll
don't know that yet.
I think it'll be good for this group to have a Silver's got a little bit of that streak in him, as you can see. He's a little bit playful, but at the same time, he's also seen some shit. And
He can serious the fuck up.
yeah, Bliss has not seen some shit yet. So so it's good to have a character that's a little bit more fresh-faced and not quite as damaged as the rest of the party. Favorite DM moments? I enjoyed playing Silver tonight. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, that was my favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah, David had
favorite,
one
yeah.
further up.
Did he?
Yeah. Just before, is this the Europe group?
Silver just having fun with the temporary power of being appointed lieutenant commander and brokers general awkwardness at the goodbye party in his honor since he's not good at being in the spotlight. And Card telling Bliss the legend of the City of the Sun. Wow, that's a lot, David. You took a lot.
For me, it would have to be that, like his offhand, or yeah, you with Silver's offhand comment about, oh, I'll be lieutenant commander, and Gaz being just kind of leaping on that, like, you know what?
idea.
Yeah, kind of like clicked in his head, like, wait a minute, that actually kind of fits together. Any objections? No? Okay, go ahead. Because that caught him absolutely flat-footed, which I don't think we've seen out of Silver.
No.
And is treating it as a joke currently, but once it sinks in that this is actually going to be the case from the look of it,
Oh, God.
that may very well change his tune somewhat.
I feel like he will... My interpretation of how Silver is going to play that off is that with the actual troops, he's going to be very responsible about being the lieutenant commander, but with all the captains, he's going to continue the as lieutenant commander, blah, 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 blah.
I really also like Captain Scar's comment, like, oh, they made Silver the lieutenant commander? They are desperate. You are a captain? They really are desperate.
That was pretty iconic as well.
He likes Trix because Trix wants to just give him a ship that he doesn't own.
Card loves Trix. He thinks Trix is great. He's like, you're gonna sink Weston ships and give me one? Hell yeah, man. Like, let's fuck up some ships together. We can... I'm down for this. I got to play a lot of NPCs tonight.
You
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
Yes.
The orientation day was definitely a great moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Though I'll admit, I did not realize I had such, or that I did not realize that Silver held Gaz in such high esteem.
There is a... The thing about Silver's family is that they told a lot of stories. That stories and legends are very important to Silver's family. So I thought that was fitting for the character. I loved... One of the things I loved about playing Silver in that moment is watching all of your reactions to his descriptions of your characters, because like everybody genuinely gets along with Silver. Like, generally Silver just like is jovial with everybody. Everybody likes Silver. So like having Silver like be like, I like this person because of this, but there's this too. Like, and having these like backhanded compliments or like the thing you need to watch out for about this person is, it's like, you know, it gives Silver some like dimension as a person.
Sassiness.
Yeah.
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 So yeah, that was my favorite part.
Can you spill the tea? And Silver was like, "Girl."
He was ready.
Oh god, that was fun. Anyway, I hope you all had fun tonight.
Yeah, we went
We
for a
did.
solid 5 hours.
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we, you know, I've been trying to make sure that we get our time in. And I wanted to make sure that, there was a lot of exposition for the first, like, hour and a half before Emmy got the chance to say anything in character. So I wanted to make sure that she got some time to play and not just sit and listen to Gaz and Sparks and Preacher and have conversations for hours on end, because we all know that that can happen in our games. So
It do be like that though.
it
Yeah.
do.
Ooh.
Well, everybody, I hope you enjoyed the game. We'll go raid. Have a great night, and we'll see you. I'll see you all tomorrow with Dark and Hungry God Arises. They're about to explore the basement of Merwin's cabin off in Coriol Forest, so that'll be interesting. And then tomorrow evening we have Artifact Recovery Corporation. where they're not sure whether or not they found a demi-lich in a tube or not, but their 7th level characters are definitely like, don't know what they just found behind a locked door. So, yeah, we'll see what happens there. Anyway, let's get this raid train on the roll, and we'll see you around.
Good night, folks.
Night.
Well, good night.